Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open up today's hearings that we have scheduled here in the House Education Committee. I trust all members of the committee had a wonderful break and relaxed a little bit. Which the chair was down here 4 out of the 5 days. But it's good to be back in committee here, but we do have some items on the docket today, especially that last bill. I want to speak to it a little bit. At 12:30, we have a bill scheduled relative to standardized assessment data for participants in the education freedom accounts. We will be holding that in this room. However, we have 2 rooms which are going to receive excess people who want to testify, and we'll be doing like we've done before. We'll be, announcing the person, not the person's on deck, and maybe even the person in the hole, so that we can have people flow in here. And when I was speaking with, on Friday, the folks that are in charge of maintenance here in the building and operations, they're sheetrocking down the hall, and we didn't know they were going to be doing exactly what they've got. We knew they were coming in. We thought it was going to be done over the weekend. And so what we will do is we'll watch that, and if it becomes too much of a congestion, we'll have to move it to Reps Hall. So we'll make that decision as we get going into the process and find how many people show up to testify on that bill. So that'll be at 12:30 this afternoon. So right now I'd like to back up to the top to 9 o'clock, where we are with HB 1608. This is relative to providing an induction program for new teachers, and this is Representative Myler's bill. He is not here today, so Representative Luno is going to present that bill on his behalf. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Dave Luno, representing the people of Hopkinton and Bow and folks all across the great Granite State. And I'm here this morning on Representative Myler's behalf to introduce House Bill 1608 relative to providing an induction program for new teachers. So I should start out saying that my background is in electrical engineering. And so induction has a very different meaning in that context. It usually involves very, very high strength magnetic fields or electric fields. And so when I first looked at this bill, I'm like, oh my gosh, what are we actually planning on doing for new teachers? How could this possibly be a good thing? Well, turns out induction has another meaning, and it goes more along the lines of mentorship. And so what 1608 is about, it's not applying high strength electric or magnetic fields to new teachers. It's about providing them a mentor as they get started in the early stages of their career. So without going through the details of all the bills, and I believe we're going to be able to hear from Mr. Hawkins on what some of these are. That there are many recommendations that come from the report on that came out of the Teacher Shortage Study Commission, and mentorship was one of those recommendations. And like I said, I had misunderstood what the original intent of this bill is, so don't ask me too many questions about mentoring. If you want to ask me questions about magnetic induction, stuff like that, I'm happy to take those. But I think Mr. Hawkins could certainly talk about the recommendations along these lines that came out of the report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Representative Luno?
Oh my gosh.
Representative Woodcock.
Hi, Representative Luno. Good to see you again.
Good morning.
Do you or Representative Myler, and I'm sure maybe Mr. Hawkins has any background on about how many schools in the state don't have a program existing for mentorship?
I can't speak for Representative Myler, but I don't have that information.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Are there any other questions? So you're not going to talk about conduction, huh?
Or induction.
And all temperatures and electricity?
No.
Okay.
I'm happy to. So.
Okay. Representative Cordelli.
Thank you for presenting this. Just, you might not know the answer to this, but I didn't see it specifically mentioned, but there is a $1,000 stipend, I guess, to the mentor, but I'm not sure if that's a state funded stipend or if it's a locally funded.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's specified. That's a very good question. Thank you. I'm not sure that's specified in here. I think if this is going to be a state law, then I would recommend it be a state funded appropriation.
Further questions? Representative Tanner?
Thank you. And I don't know if this question is for you or for the chair, but I'm just curious why, when there's a statement like that in the methodology on the financial note, fiscal note, that from the Department of Education we're getting indeterminable or zero in the fiscal responsibility for local or state, and yet the methodology goes on to explain and kind of take a position. I'm just wondering why that happens like that.
Yeah, no, I think that's I don't know why it happens, and I would also suggest that the department would probably have some idea, in terms of the number of first year early career teachers that there are in the state, and multiply that out by $1,000, and that would be the sort of ballpark state obligation. So I don't know why it's indeterminable.
Further questions? Representative Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. It says on line 29, the DOE shall adopt rules. Though it's still this still going to be mostly local control, like who picks the mentee or the mentor? Sorry, the mentor. The mentee is a new person, but is most of the power going to be local, or is it going to be the DOE?
Again, I'm not sure how the bill reflects on that. My sort of understanding about how we've done some things in our school district in the past is that an early career teacher may be paired up with a master teacher or more senior teacher that already is employed by the district. I don't remember if there was a stipend that the Hopkins School District offered to the mentor, but I think in this case, what it's saying is let's take that off of the shoulders of the local and make it something that encourages the local to do by making it a state program.
Further questions from the committee? Representative McDonald?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative. Line 8. It says an orientation program for beginning teachers and all other incoming new teachers to the district. Is that the same program, or would the school district have to implement two different programs? Perhaps if a teacher does have experience, perhaps decades of experience, but in a different school district, would they be a part of this orientation program the way that's worded?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think the orientation program is really to sort of introduce teachers that are new to the school, whether they're experienced teachers or whether they're new to the teaching profession. Just sort of how, introduce them to the school building, introduce them around to other teachers. Who are the go-to people if you've got a question about this or a question about that, that type of stuff,
Further questions? Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. We have a card here from Brian Hawkins. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Brian Hawkins, representing NEA New Hampshire. I'll add just a few points. First to say, I was not the author of the language for this bill, and so just for context. But we certainly do support the intent of this. As Representative Luno mentioned earlier, this was a topic of discussion during the teacher shortage committee, that this support early on in the career of a teacher, not only new to the career, but new to a school, is particularly important. And it's in those first several years where you really have an idea whether someone is going to be able to continue on as an educator or not. Last year, and I think some of the intent of this is similar to what Senate Bill 218, which is currently on the table in the House, held, and that was, a mentorship program that was there for educators in their first few years of their career or in a school. A couple of comments I just wanted to make on some of the language. First, just there are schools that do have mentorship programs. Some of those mentorship programs are collectively bargained. And so if the committee moves forward with the bill, I think it would be important to acknowledge and accommodate the fact that there are already some of these programs that are in place. Not every school has mentorship program or a robust mentorship program. I don't have figures on that, but again, the bill that came to you from the Senate last year, the intent there was to help foster and grow those programs. I think the same intent is here. So there's, and then finally, and maybe this was probably better for the department to speak to, the beginning of the bill, they talk about guidelines being established by the department. My understanding is the department used to have a mentorship program within the department, but I am not sure where that is at currently. And so we would obviously want the resources to be there to be able to support this type of program to make sure it's successful. So with that, I'll close my testimony. I'm happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions of Mr. Hawkins? Yes. Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Would you have any information on the impact of mentorship programs on teacher retention?
Yes. I would be happy to supply the committee with some of that. I could tell you anecdotally, I do know educators who made decisions on where to be a teacher based on the fact that a school district had a robust mentorship program, even though they may have made just a little bit less money, knowing that they had the support going into, especially, as I said, for a brand new educator, that's worth its weight in gold. So, yeah. Yes.
Further, yes, Representative Cascadden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'm not sure if you would have this information, but I'm questioning Title II funds, which schools get, who are designed for professional development. And at one point, I can't remember if it was in the last session, we may have had a conversation about teacher mentorship and induction. And there might have been an issue, and I think there's somebody here from the department, where districts may have to expend their Title II funds before they can access these funds, or is there no relationship between the two or between the two? Do you know?
That's a good question. I do recall that conversation in the bill I mentioned earlier that was on the table. I did notice that in the department's fiscal note, I think they referenced a Title II, unless I'm thinking of another bill.
Yeah.
But that would be a good question for the department. I'm sorry.
Thanks. That's all right.
Yeah. Further questions? Yes, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning. Good to see you again.
Good morning.
Welcome back. The same question I asked Representative Luno. In New Hampshire, do you have any idea how many schools don't have some type of orientation or mentorship program?
I don't have an exact figure for you. I'm sorry. I don't think it's something that is tracked, to my knowledge, either by the department, other than, sort of going school district by school district to see if they either have a policy or something in a contract that indicates that. But I know that it's not all schools.
Quick one. So in essence, the responsibility currently is dependent upon the local school district if they choose to provide a program. That'd be correct. And there's no law that requires that this would supplement or supplant.
Not to my knowledge, and for many school districts, it's a resource decision. Having to decide between do I, allocate money toward this program. When I was involved with the state employees, we had a conversation in finance one year about how training and that sort of thing, those were some of the first things to always get cut in the budget process. So
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions? Thank you very much.
all right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'd like to hear from Mark McLean. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Mark McLean. First of all, thank you, Chairman. Thank you, committee, for letting me come to the microphone. My name is Mark McLean. I represent the New Hampshire School Administrators Association. Essentially, I'm just here in case there are any questions. I can tell you that when I was a superintendent, the districts that I was in had a robust mentor program. In fact, it was a 2-year mentor program for brand new teachers. And for teachers who were new to the district, it was really just suited based on what their needs were. They were beholden to it for 1 year, but it was differentiated based on their needs. And I can tell you that in Merrimack Valley, 50% of the salary for the teacher mentor does come from Title IIA.
Are there follow-up questions for Mr. McLean? I will note to the committee members here, we did have a teacher shortage committee, which met, was it last summer? It's all meshing together. And some of the recommendations which are in that report are worthy of our looking at here. I'm looking at one right now, invest in robust teacher mentoring programs and opportunities for professional learning. And that's what this is all about right here. So if we look at that report, we might be able to see where that study ended up. So I'll try and get a copy of that, make it available for all people on the committee here. Are there, Representative Tanner?
Thank you for taking my question. Could you explain a little bit how cultures differ from school to school and how orientation to those cultures and demographics is really important for an incoming teacher, whether they're experienced or not?
Sure. First of all, there's a lot to learn just about local processes, everything from the acronyms that are being used when it comes to which meetings you're going to just really understanding the building and the culture and climate of that particular learning community. Essentially, what I've seen in my experience is that mentor programs will range from someone who just said, here's an experienced person in your department. They will meet with you kind of informally to make sure that you have the supports you need, to a coaching program where there is essentially a curriculum where you're really working with the teacher to ensure that they're getting what they need. And as others before me have mentioned, there is a lot of evidence, and I don't know those off the top of my head, but there is research out there about the impact of a mentor program on teachers staying and teachers feeling as though they belong in their learning community. I would also add that there are some great teacher mentors around the state that if you wanted to learn more about mentor programs, they'd be great to hear from. And when I was in Merrimack Valley, what we did is we had a new teacher orientation program, and we brought all the new teachers together. We really tried to play up the fact that they were the class of whatever class they were coming in as, say, 2022. There would be T-shirts, there would be pictures, there'd be a signing ceremony. It was almost like when a college player or when a high school player is choosing their college. So essentially, we really tried to play up the fact that they were choosing Merrimack Valley, and it was powerful. And throughout the year, we would meet with teachers. And we would, the assistant superintendent, myself, would go meet with them, bring them a hot cup of coffee, ask them how it was going. And it was typically during December or January when the days started growing shorter, and perhaps folks are questioning their sanity just a little bit because they're driving to work in the dark and leaving in the dark. And really just to make sure that folks are getting what they need. Do they have all the supports in place? And then we would interview people and ask them whether or not it was meeting their needs. And we would really learn about the mentor program and what teachers needed. And it was really, really beneficial, and it does impact turnover.
The program we're talking about, there were a number of aspects to it. There was a teacher loan forgiveness portion of this. There was teacher preparation institutions like University of New Hampshire, Keene, and Plymouth. Are they preparing properly for these people to come into our schools? And also the mentoring program for new teachers. And it also was discussing for those teachers that might be moving into a district from another district. And that's a little bit different though than, the brand new teacher, and how we use the Title II monies to work and mesh with this. So Mark, you said you did not have any idea how many districts are using Title II for this purpose?
Yeah, I don't know. And I don't know if the department is tracking that information. I think it's an interesting question, and I see that Melissa might be looking for that answer right now. I'm not sure. Typing feverishly back there. So, again, I would reference just that it depends on how districts are leveraging that, whether or not they're spreading the mentorship program amongst a lot of personnel, or whether they have a teacher mentor on staff who essentially has a caseload of new teachers every single year. And the touch points are different with people based on what their needs are. And as you just referenced, whether or not they're coming from, as an experienced teacher from a different district, their needs are different. And whether or not they're a brand new teacher coming from a teacher training program, their needs are also going to be different. So, I think it's difficult. And as Representative Luno alluded to, I think, funding this is extremely important. And as it stands right now, I think people are funding it differently, whether it's part of collective bargaining, as Mr. Hawkins talked about, or whether it's part of Title IIA, or whether it's just something that folks are doing as like an extra stipend for teachers, and it just comes from the general budget. So I think there are a variety of ways that folks are funding it right now. But to do it right, just like everything, takes some resources.
Yes, Representative Tanner? Yes.
Thank you. Is there a similar program for administrators?
That's a great question, and I thought about that as I was walking up. I think it's typically incumbent upon the leadership team to do that. So in my experience, it's been much more informal, but it is similar. It has not been a stipended position in my experience. That said, it doesn't mean it doesn't have to be. And, I think it's part of the leadership culture and the leadership team that you or that someone is joining. So it's certainly important. And also for support staff, there are mentorship programs out there as well. And the New Hampshire School Administrators Association is designing right now, in partial collaboration with the department, a mentor program that will support incoming system leaders. And we recognize that as being a really important aspect to success, a really important aspect to folks learning the New Hampshire way, and could be connected to licensure and other aspects.
Is there a problem, Mark, with this, that we have many property poor communities that are training teachers? They get them trained, they get them mentored, and bingo, they're gone the next year to the abutting district, which is paying $10,000 more per year. Is that an issue that we need to also address? Well,
it's certainly an issue. And again, I think anybody here has read the book by Daniel Pink called Drive, or heard of it. Talks about motivation and what actually people who have high cognition in their jobs and are making a lot of decisions, what brings them actualization and fulfillment in work. It's not always money, but money is part of it. So I think if we can work together, and there are programs that actually support teachers, teachers have voice and agency in their jobs, they're going to find a lot of actualization. And as Mr. Hawkins alluded to, sometimes folks will stay in a district where they make less money, but they have more professional fulfillment and feel as though their impact is something that they can continue with and they can continue to grow. I can tell you that I taught in Newport for my first 2 years, and then I moved to Merrimack Valley. So, sometimes that does happen, but sometimes it's also based on geographic location as well.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Does the department have any information for us on this, on Title II? Good morning.
Good morning, Melissa White, Division Director for Learner Support, Department of Education. I have some estimates on the past 3 years, the amount of Title II funding that was utilized to support mentorship and induction programs in the state of New Hampshire. That is at about 2.9 million, so roughly $1 million per year is being utilized out of the Title II funds for these programs across the state. I was trying to get the exact number of LEAs, and I'm working on getting that. But I don't have that number off with me right now. The proposed legislation, I just want to be clear, would violate Section 2212G of the ESEA Elementary and Secondary Education Act of 1965 regarding supplement versus supplanting. So if the state does decide to move forward with this legislation, it's just important that we recognize then Title II or other federal funds could not be utilized for this particular work. We would have to utilize state and local funds to support this. The reason why the fiscal note showed indeterminable because we don't have the exact number of new teachers, because I think the proposed legislation does have a component in there about have 3 years of experience in the first initial 3 years of teaching, but it also could be new in that content area. I think that was another piece of it. That might have been the first iteration of this proposed legislation. So not having those numbers on how many teachers, we couldn't give an exact estimate, but we're looking at, the $1,000 for the stipend, depending on the number of teachers that, that would cover. In addition to, I think each district works a little bit differently, but if you're looking at classroom observation time, there's costs associated with substitutes and that type of thing. So it's just to consider it could impact different schools in different ways as far as how they would support this work. So that's why we had that piece in there that we just couldn't give you an exact number. But I mean, it could be 0, but it could also be a little bit more when you're looking at some of the schools that do have large numbers of new teachers. They tend to have pretty robust mentorship programs. I can think of a few pretty great districts in our state that have those strong programs.
Thank you. Representative Dry?
Thank you, and thank you for taking the question. Do you know how many school districts do mentorship as part of collective bargaining?
That I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Tanner?
Thank you. You went through why federal funds couldn't be used for this, and I didn't quite catch the whole thing. Could you kind of slow that down and explain what part of the federal regulations prohibit use of this for mentoring?
And also, and tagging in that so you can include it, can local funds be used after the federal funds have been expended?
Thank you for the question. So with the supplement versus supplant, that is a little bit tricky with the federal funds, because if the state passes a law making a requirement, then it's the state's responsibility to cover whatever costs would be associated with that requirement. So if you have a certain requirement, you cannot use your federal funds to then pay for that state mandated requirement. So with the federal funds, in addition to Title II, we're looking at IDEA as another huge chunk. I didn't get the figures for that one, but IDEA funds are used for the special education new teacher induction programs and mentorship programs, in addition to the special education administrators, any new administrators in special education. The state has a contract where we provide a program for all of those new administrators to support them in their first couple of years of in their position as administrators. But schools do also use those funds then to support the new special education teachers, whether they're new to special education altogether or a new teacher and new to special education. So that's another consideration. It would be challenging to track expending all of our funds statewide and then to just say, okay, we've spent all our funds, now we can, tap into the federal funds. If it's a mandate, it gets, it could be contested by the feds if they were looking into it.
Are all your federal funds, Title II, used each year? I know the last time you were here, we heard about Title II and how some districts still had money over here. What happens if there's a surplus or a balance left in that particular account at the end of that period in which the money should be expended?
It's returned to the feds.
It's returned. Are we returning money to the feds?
Yes. I wouldn't say it's a large balance, but yes, we do return funds.
And
I can get those figures to you if
Okay,
you want
thank
to
you.
take a look at how much in the Title II funds we're returning each year.
Representative Damon had her
State
hand.
level funds, we tend to spend down completely. So we do get a state level set aside portion for our work at the state level, and that's what we utilize for. One of the programs we offer right now is through, it's not 321 Insight, Teach United. It's a program that goes into some of our more rural schools and school districts and does a mentorship support program, but it makes it really beneficial because they're able to tap into teachers across the different regions. So they may not all be from the same school, but if you have one new teacher here, one new teacher here, one new teacher here, it creates kind of a community and a collaborative with that particular work. So we don't have a statewide mentorship program, but we do have smaller programs that we're tapping into and offering across the state with these organizations. NHLI is another one that is looking at doing some work with us to specifically. So we do have programming focused on this, but I think looking back at perhaps some of the work that we did in the past and having that statewide initiative might be beneficial.
Thank you. Representative Tanner?
Just as a follow-up to that. So my understanding from what you just said is that the federal funds come to the State Department of Education, and that to a large extent, you are the people that prescribe the mentorship or what can happen in the different schools for staff development. So when we're talking about an induction program such as this, could the Department of Education take this particular outline from the commission and actually set up a program that would be federally funded rather than force it onto the local school districts?
As long as we didn't stick it in legislation.
Excuse me?
As long as we didn't put it in legislation. Once it goes into law, then it's a state.
So how do we get it into the DOE rather than put it through legislation?
I think that it could be a little bit tricky because if it goes into legislation, then it is a state law. But if we're looking at doing an initiative outside of that, then it would just be something that we work on outside of this room.
Representative Damon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually have two questions, please. So the first is, I'm not sure if I understood correctly, but I think a few minutes ago, you indicated that the Title II funds that the state receives need to be entirely spent before local can step in. So it's not that the Title II funds are distributed to different districts and the district could expend their Title II and then local step in. It's the whole state
Yes, correct.
pool. Is that correct?
Which is, I think, 11 million.
And that's why you said it would be hard to track, because
Correct, especially if we're returning funds each year.
And the other question is the 2.9 million plus that you referenced and is in the more recent fiscal note that we got that is currently funding some mentoring for new teachers and administrators. Do we have any breakdown of how many districts are utilizing that or what gaps there are? In other words, how adequate or not is the existing resources?
I don't have that information to provide to you, but I can give that to you and send it in a follow-up. But
Thank you.
we are able to look at some of those. And with one of the programs I mentioned, the Teach United, we in fact do that. We look at, okay, they're utilizing their funds for all of these purposes with Title II. So here they could benefit from being involved in this program that does this induction and this support for the new teachers. But it's really the district stepping up and taking that initiative, saying they want to be a part of it. So we're not requiring it of them. That's something that they're reaching out saying, yes, we do want to be a part of this. And then so we do provide that. Induction and mentorship is incredibly important. Studies have shown that teachers that do have that mentorship, and I think it is the 3 years that a lot of the studies have looked at, it might be up to 5 years, but retention, they do see, all the studies across the board have shown teachers tend to stick in the field past the 5 years if they're involved in a high quality induction and mentorship program.
Representative Cascadden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. You mentioned that unused funds are sent back to the federal government. So are you not, as a department, redistributing funds?
We cannot take the funds and redistribute them because they have until the ending of that date. So if it's September 30th is usually our deadline. So
Right.
September 30th of 23, the schools can have until then to utilize their funds. So then we see, okay, after September 30th or 45 days of closing, who didn't utilize all their funds? That funding period, that period of performance is already ended. So we couldn't then take the funds and redistribute. We are now looking at currently for our following year for 24-25, we're establishing an application system so that schools can then say, okay, we intend to spend down
Right.
this amount of funds, and then we will be able to take that remainder and redistribute. But the way that we've been structured in the past, if they had until September 30th, and they'd have to indicate prior to that they weren't going to, so that we could redistribute it according to the formula. So it couldn't just be like, oh, okay, this school district is, not going to utilize all their funds, so we're just going to give it to this one. It has to be by the formula, so it would have to go out to all of the other school districts evenly, according to the formula.
Follow up?
Yes.
So just to clarify in my mind, because I'm familiar with redistribution of funds, is it that you need to go out to the districts, say, in the springtime to see what funds are you not going to use moving forward, or what activities have not been planned yet? And that pool of money is then looked at and redistributed? And I know there's a short window of time to expend that.
Yes, but
Is that
most
what
of the
you're
time
talking about?
they do say they're going to utilize it all. And if we look at, a little bit here, a little bit here, a little bit here, collectively it does end up, being a good amount of funding that could be utilized. But at that point, it's, past the date, and not many are willing to say in April, no, I'm not going to spend down my entire funds. We don't see that too much.
Okay.
But we work with them to try to utilize the funds and expend it. And sometimes, they have good intentions of spending down the funds, but then maybe something falls through, or a program does, they've anticipated doing a specific event or whatever it might be, training, and then it falls through. That does happen from time to time.
Representative Woodcock.
Morning.
Being here, answer all our questions. Dialogue is going to go about new value, extended retention, comes along with induction or orientation programs. And the DOE is currently very supportive of that under the pattern of funding. Is there a reason that DOE as an entity hasn't required all schools, or have they put out a technical advisory saying these are model lead programs that we'll fund, So we understand the connection between retention and teacher success. Is it something we do statewide deal with, they just don't do it, hope every school does it themselves?
So we do offer model activities, but the funding really is locally needs to be determined because they need to do a needs assessment and analyze what their priorities are. So if they're seeing, there are school districts that look and say, we have a very strong need for a mentorship and induction program. We are going to focus our funds on this after doing their needs assessment. There might be others that don't have a different need, and so they prioritize the funds in a different way. But it really is up to the local level. We provide model activities and we can make suggestions, but we can't require them to use it for a certain purpose because that is, it is their funds to determine to use how they see fit.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Representative Cascan, you had a follow-up question?
But we could prioritize our state level funds more towards that if the state decided that were a priority. And I think that's, looking to the past to see what we've done in the past and then planning for the future of how we want to move forward and perhaps do more of the state level
Can you follow up on
programming
that?
for that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Well, so on that point, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So on that point, when you said the state could prioritize, does that mean the commissioner or the commissioner's leadership staff could prioritize, this is where we think Title II money should be invested first?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Cascadden?
I think I had thank you. My question was along the same line. So the federal funds come to the department and then they're distributed by the titles. And the department, I believe, can take some of that Title IIA money, whether they're paying for staff or I don't know what other guidelines they have, but could the state determine a program from Title IIA to meet that criteria?
Sure.
Before it distributes its funds to the districts?
No. So we are provided a state level set aside and an administrative set aside. So there's a very tiny, tiny percentage that is for administrative costs, and that's to fund one staff person to operate the Title II program. Then there's the state level set aside portion. Within the state level set aside portion, there's a chunk that is for administrators and building leaders, principals. And so we utilize those funds for NHSAA. We utilize it for the School Principals Association here in New Hampshire. They offer specific events and trainings and opportunities. So we put our funding towards that. Our state level funding towards that, in addition to programs like Teach United that is doing more of the rural supports for the teachers. We try to be creative and utilize our Title III funds to support teacher training, and that's the state level Title III funds, teacher trainings for our EL educators. The special education IDEA funds, we try to focus that. So it's like if we can find a specific content area or specialist supports, we utilize those funds. But the Title II funds, then we look at doing some other programs. NHLI, we do several programs with them. So it just varies in what we do each year. But we have that all on our website, what we utilize the funds for.
When distributing your Title II monies out to the districts, is it done based upon a weighted value of the number of students maybe you have within that district? Or is it based upon poverty within that district, ability to raise the dollars, or any other methodology? And as we do with the public school infrastructure monies, and I've done that with some of the Gopher monies as well, that we've approved up to so much per district. Some districts are capped, and that's what they receive. But if we have money returned, then it's reauthorized to those districts which have gone beyond their cap. Is anything like that available in Title II?
No. So the federal U.S. Department of Education, they determine the allocations for Title IIA. So they'll look at the numbers, they have the formula, they make the determination, they hand us a piece of paper that says, this is what each district gets, and here's the amount. With that, then we have to provide the funding based on that. Again, if there's any funding, let's say we were to, take collectively a bunch of leftover funds and try to redistribute it, it has to be according to that formula. We couldn't say prioritize somebody else with that funding. The funds that are specified for the LEAs have to follow that specific formula. We
Thank you.
can't change that at all.
Thank you. Further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And any information you can get back to us on this, be appreciated. I have no more pink cards on this bill, so we're going to close this hearing and move on to the next one, which we have. Melissa, could you fill out a pink card for us, and then we'll just use that as technical support? Okay, great, thank you. Okay, next bill is 1605. Oh, real close. Okay, we're on to the next bill. This is HB 1605. It's relative to alternative education programs for granting credit leading to graduation. Representative Gibbons, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, committee, for having me. So this bill is pretty straightforward. With a lot of EFA funds being approved, we want to make sure that we're doing the right thing by the way the students. So we want to make sure that that our students with disabilities are not being overlooked, and that we're in compliance with other state and federal laws. So what this bill says is that what we would be adding to the language is a for-profit or nonprofit entity that offers an education program approved under this section shall comply with all state and federal anti-discrimination laws. The State Board of Education shall annually review all entities that offer an educational program approved under this section for continued compliance with all state and federal anti-discrimination laws. Entities found in noncompliance shall be referred to the Human Rights Commission. You're probably very well familiar with state and federal anti-discrimination laws, but just to review, New Hampshire Department of Education does not discriminate on the basis of age, color, disability, national origin, race, religion, sex, gender identity, sexual orientation, veteran status, or any other category protected by applicable law in access to treatment and employment in any of its programs or activities. So that is, and I'm getting that from the Department of Education's website. And then the federal laws are actually a little bit less encompassing, but the non-discrimination statement, it said everything, mostly everything that, I'm just trying to find the exact link that I had pulled up earlier and it disappeared on me. But basically it has to be ADA compliant. So that's essentially it. Do you have any questions?
Thank you very much. Are there any, Representative McDonald?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative. Do you know of any entities within New Hampshire that are offering educational programs approved under the section that are not in compliance with the laws?
Yes, I do. So PragerU was approved to be under, and the New Hampshire Department of Education approved them over the summer, but they discriminate based on religion. So we would not be able to, if they're not going to be in compliance with state and federal laws, then they would not be able to get educational funds. And to be fair, if we circle back to that, the particular program that was approved was a financial literacy course, and that is offered through Khan Academy online for free, and it is in compliance with the state and federal anti-discrimination laws. So we could not only provide students with a financial literacy course, but also do it for free and also do it in compliance with all of the anti-discrimination laws.
May I have a follow-up question?
Yes, you may.
Was the PragerU course that you mentioned what inspired you to put forward this legislation, or was there something else?
I've always been an advocate for the disabled community. So this is basically getting us in compliance with laws that are already out there, like federal laws.
Representative Cordelli and then Representative Belcher.
Thank you. Just wondering about the PragerU financial literacy program. How is that program being made available? How is that discriminating against any particular population?
It's in their they're a religious organization. So unless they're going to accept students of all religions and not discuss religion at all in their curriculum, then they would be out of compliance.
Follow up? Yes.
How is the financial literacy program discriminating against any religion when it comes to financial literacy?
So I would have to watch all of the videos to see if they're mentioning religion at all. But the point is, if they aren't mentioning religion, then it would be okay. If they are mentioning religion, it would be out of compliance. But we could go to Khan Academy, which is free and is accredited. It's accredited through the Law School Admission Council for LSAT preparation. It also provides K through 12 education online for homeschoolers. It also provides MCAT education for people trying to go to medical school. So Khan Academy is really it has a good foundation, and it's free, and it has a a financial literacy course on there as well. So there's just not a need to utilize something that discriminates if we have a different entity.
But we don't know that it discriminates. You said you didn't know because you haven't watched the course if religion is mentioned. Isn't that correct?
So I haven't watched it in its entirety.
Right.
But I do know that the PragerU organization has a religious stance.
But how would that violate our discrimination laws if this course is being made available and the course does not mention religion? How is that the providing of that course by the State Department of Education violating any of our discrimination laws?
So, thank you for your question. I didn't state that they don't state religion. What I stated was that I haven't watched it in its entirety. So we can't confirm nor deny that they don't mention religion. But we do know that the organization as a whole has a religious stance. And federal funds shouldn't be going to a religious organization unless they are in compliance with the fact that they're not going to teach religion, or that they're going to teach all religions equally.
Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question, because it looks to me that this bill would implicate at least a couple Supreme Court cases. So I'm looking at the Supreme Court decision of 2012 in the Evangelical Lutheran Church and School versus the Equal Opportunity Commission that created the magisterial exception that said religious organizations do not, that the government cannot cause them to be affected by anti-discrimination laws because they have statements of faith that via the First Amendment supersede anti-discrimination law. And then more recently, the Carson versus Macon decision, Supreme Court said that you cannot prohibit public funds from flowing to religious-based schools if those funds are to be offered to parents at all to allow them to pursue their own educational opportunities for their children. So my question is this bill seeking to nullify these Supreme Court decisions and either cause religious-based schools in New Hampshire to have to violate their statements of faith or to shut down?
Thank you for your question, and sorry that this speaker is in between us. What I know that the bill states is that we need to be in compliance with state ADA recommendations, and I read off what they said. So not to discriminate based on religion. So a lawyer for the Department of Education could answer that further. But I read off what the Department of Education has on their website.
If I may, just to clarify a little further on that answer. So you're saying then that the point of this bill is not to require the closure of religious schools receiving public funds according to these Supreme Court decisions?
So they would have to be in compliance with, so if they're going to teach financial literacy, for example, then they need to maintain their language being neutral about religions. So they don't teach religion. So I have not reviewed their courses in their entirety to know if they never mention religion. So if they don't mention religion, then it would be in compliance. If they do mention religion, that's a problem. So that's
Just to
how
clarify
I
further, I'm
interpret
not talking about PragerU. I'm talking about religious schools in the
Right.
state that are receiving EFA funds from students who are pursuing them. Would those schools have to close as a result of this bill?
I don't believe that they would have to close as a result of this bill, but I believe that a lawyer for the Department of Education would be able to answer this further.
Are there further questions? Representative Tanner?
Thank you. I'm wondering about the ADA compliances. So a school that's approved for tuition purposes, I don't think has to have, for example, a wheelchair ramp built for a disabled student to come to their school. Would this, in fact, require schools that receive money, and again, the EFA is optional, the state is giving money to these to this program, would they have to comply with ADA wheelchair ramps, elevators?
They would. They would
Special-
have to be in compliance with the ADA recommendations. Yes.
Thank you.
On the federal level and the state level. Yes.
Further questions? Thank you very much. Do we have any other pink cards on this?
Yes.
Was there one coming around? It's good. Good skill to have, listening. Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's always good to see you guys. I sit in on your committee all the time. I'm always here to learn. Normally, I don't speak. I'm here to learn and study what's going on here. I think you guys have a very important committee at our State House. But what I just heard a few minutes ago deeply disturbed me, and I'm going to say something about it. We had Representative McDonald ask if there was any proof of violation of those rules in the state. And we had someone say yes. And there is no proof of any violation by PragerU. By her own words, she hasn't even watched all of their programs. And I think it's disturbing that she would
Mr. Chair,
What's your question?
with regards to referencing an earlier, somebody else's testimony, the earlier testimony, that's their purview, and I think the person speaking now.
Everybody's allowed to have their own position,
Right,
their own
right.
testimony.
Thank
We
you.
all agree on that. But to speak in opposition to something, there's no problem with that. Just don't mention the prior person, just keep
Well,
marching.
I think it was deeply disturbing and unethical, and I just wanted to put that on the record.
Any further questions, Representative Woodcock? Do you want to take, Representative Cahill, do you want to take any questions?
Yeah, I'll take questions.
Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Chairman. Representative Cahill, bypassing the specific item or the earlier representative noted, the bigger picture of this bill is Section 1. Would you agree that federal anti-discrimination and anti-discrimination laws are a viable part of democracy?
100%, yeah,
Thanks.
absolutely.
That's all. Thanks.
Any other questions? Thank you very much. Are there any other pink cards for this bill?
I just sent one in. Sorry.
Representative Selig?
Thank you. For the record, I am Lauren Selig. I represent the town of Durham, which is Stratford County District 10. And I am in support of this bill, which specifically has to do with ensuring that organizations receiving our state dollars are not violating our federal and state anti-discrimination laws. To answer a question that was asked previously, would this cause private religious schools to close? No, they should continue to receive private dollars from their private enrolled students. But that doesn't mean that they should be eligible to receive our public funds for their religious education, just as I'm sure many of you would not want to be forced to endure ultra-Orthodox religious Jewish education, as some of my family members endured, and other people would not wish to endure ultra-Catholic or ultra-Christian or ultra-Muslim or ultra-Baha'i or ultra any other religious education if it didn't meet their needs. It also doesn't mean that we should be funding through public dollars those types of private religious organizations. But furthermore, in terms of anti-discrimination, it's not just based on religion. A number of these organizations discriminate people based on their identity or based on their gender. And I know that it is crucial that we make sure that we are honoring all of our children and protecting all of our children and using our public dollars to ensure that all children in our state are receiving an education appropriately to them.
Thank you very much. Representative Selig, do you know of any for-profit or nonprofit entities that are receiving public dollars that are discriminating?
I have not taken the time to do specific research about this bill. I just was responding to the questions previously. I know that when my now high school graduate was looking at and applying to private schools, we toured private religious schools that were not of our faith. And she was fundamentally told, well, you can come here, but you're not going to be allowed to do things the way you like or the way you think you should, and was told fundamentally that her religion was wrong completely, not that they were a welcoming space. And I would not, therefore, have submitted my private dollars to them and would certainly hope that our public dollars weren't going there either.
Thank you. Representative Cordelli and then Representative Belcher.
Thank you. Just wondering about your opinion on this, because we've heard testimony about private schools.
Excuse me, you've already had testimony, Representative Gibbons. You're not supposed to be sitting at that chair.
Testimony about students with EFA accounts going to private religious schools. But this is in a different section of law. This is not under the Education Freedom Account Program, which is RSA 194. So I'm just wondering, how does this apply to that? Because this is talking about credits for graduation from a public school, it seems to me. So I'm not sure how this applies to funds from parents going to a school based on the EFA program.
My understanding is that this is about granting credit leading to graduation, and any place that leads to credit for graduation, whether it's full-time or part-time, would fit under that, is in my understanding. But again, I'm not an attorney and I don't play one on TV.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here to take this question, which is, again, it goes to the idea of this, particularly the Supreme Court case, Carson versus Macon out of 2022, where the Supreme Court specifically said that because they struck down a main provision that would seem to be very similar to this law, that said you cannot utilize public funds toward any sort of religious education. But the Supreme Court said you can't do that. You have to, if you're going to allow any public funds to be utilized by parents toward any type of education, you cannot exclude religious organizations, and religious organizations cannot be subject to non-discrimination law. So is the point of this bill in your mind to nullify this Supreme Court decision from 2022?
I would never presume to nullify a Supreme Court decision.
Representative Lekes.
Since this would apply to any organization that gives, that a child can use to get credit, would an organization that the parent paid for, that was private, that the parent paid for their own money, still have to follow this? I mean, that's not public money at all.
Again, I didn't draft the bill, and I'm speaking about what I heard, and I'm speaking about the content of what I've read in the bill. And so my understanding and my belief is that we shouldn't be providing any public funds to any organization that enforces discrimination of any kind. Whether someone privately wants to do that, I don't know how that relates to this bill. I can't answer your question.
Further questions from the committee? Not seeing it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Gibbons, you've had your opportunity. Do you have a follow-up?
I do.
Go ahead.
So to answer your question, if there is no public funds going to the school, the organization, then no, they don't need to. Then that coincides with the Supreme Court decision where they don't have to be subject to these new laws. It's when there's public funding going into it that they end up having to be in compliance with the laws as they're written. The other thing I just want to throw out there is that I'm not against private schools. First of all, I sent my older son to Derryfield, and he graduated from there last year. And my younger son is currently in a charter school. So I'm not against private schools as a whole. I just am advocating for students with any kind of disability or that are discriminated against in any fashion.
Thank you very much. We're going to...
I have a follow-up.
No, Representative Penn, no?
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. You said you send your son to a charter school. Is that a private school?
No, charter in this state is public, but they do fall under different rules and guidelines than the rest of the public schools. So I'm definitely an advocate for parents meeting the needs of their children. The parents know their child best, and they know what their child needs as far as the education. There are different forms of education that are out there for different students, which is great, to be honest. But if we're using public funds, they need to be in compliance with federal and state laws. I mean, this is really straightforward. So,
Representative Electus.
Can you show me where it limits this to public funds? Because I see no reference to public funds.
let me just grab the paper real quick. Oh, I see what you're saying. If you would like, or if the committee would want me to put in an amendment to make that a little bit more clear, then I can do that. I'm happy to do that. Or since it's in the committee's hand now, you guys could do that, I guess.
Thank you.
Representative Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Can you help me out? If a school takes one student with public funds, now are they obliged to do it? All right, no matter what the population is of the school?
Correct.
Okay.
Further questions?
That was the point of the bill. If the wording was a little bit off, then we can fix that with an amendment.
Not seeing any. Representative Horrigan. Pardon me? Yeah, we're on 1605, and you have a pink card in 1605.
Yeah, well, that's right. Cool. Once I did it right. I just wanted to very quickly agree with those who've advocated for 1605. I don't think this would put religious schools out of business. There is, regardless, even if they launder the money or don't accept direct funding, if we do allow any organization into this to have their content be used for adequate education, that we are at least somewhat doing state subsidies. So I think we have the right and even the duty to enforce anti-discrimination laws. And we seem to be talking about religion. Just because a school or any other group calls itself a religion doesn't give it the right to discriminate. And actually, getting involved with these programs may not be good for a lot of the religious groups, because then they are subjecting themselves to state regulations. So I usually think of the federal First Amendment more as a separation served. It came to my Judiciary Committee on an issue. I don't want to go into details of which issue it was, but it's one that turns up in several committees. And he said, he gave a somewhat straw man version of what the left's position on the issue is, and said this is a religion for them. So I thought I was being very smart and asked him a question. Does that mean that this? What the left's position is, that protected by the First Amendment? And he said, no. There's he admitted there's limits to it. In that case, he said, that doesn't give it a right to abuse children. So that's so I think this bill protects both the taxpayers and the religious schools and any other organization who wants to participate in this program. So I think this is a good bill. So.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Representative.
Thank you.
Thanks for being back in education. Line 11 of the bill says that entities in non-compliance shall be referred to the Human Rights Commission.
Yes.
Do you believe that that might be a bit of a stretch in violation of this law, or is that the appropriate place to refer someone to?
It could be if someone feels strongly enough. We've actually, over in Judiciary, we've been dealing with the law, and then also just the policies and how to run the Human Rights Commission. And so it's far from perfect, but it does work sometime. And actually, they do have a policy of trying to solve things, make the aggrieved parties come to an agreement amongst themselves rather than going through the whole hearing process. So that's I don't think the Human Rights Commission is not terrible, but I think it's there may be some cases where that's appropriate if it's an extreme case. So
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? No, seeing, thank you very
Thanks.
much. And with that, we're going to close down the hearing for 6:05, and we'll start our next hearing up at 10:30. Okay, we're going to go ahead with the next bill on the docket for today. This is HB 1592. This bill is relative to the use of education freedom account funds in religious schools. Representative Horrigan, the prime sponsor of the bill, is here. Representative Horrigan.
Thank you. And I think my name was announced and you all know who, everybody here knows who I am anyway, but just for the record, I'm Representative Timothy Horrigan. I represent Stratford County District 10, which is the town of Durham. So I'm here to introduce HB 1592 FNL. I'm passing around copies of my printed testimony, which I also emailed to the committee and put on the portal on the website. So I don't know if you've seen it at least. I'm sure you've all already read it twice and absorbed everything in it, but I'll go ahead and speak to you anyway. And so it's relative to the use of education freedom accounts in religious schools, and it's basically trying to ban it, which I know is not exactly a universally popular idea. There's not counting the last section with the effective date, which would be July 1st, 2024. It would be, there's 3 sections. Actually, I'll just skip very quickly ahead to section 2 because there's 2 things which aren't as controversial as section 2 is the part about the funding of religious schools. That's the most controversial part. I haven't gotten any emails about it. But apparently, you're getting bombarded with emails and phone calls about it. I can emphasize there's a couple of bills over in judiciary that we're getting bombarded with. But so just skipping very quickly ahead to the last paragraph of my testimony. Section 1 stipulates the higher education institutions receiving I'll call them EFA funds, education freedom account, or school vouchers, depending on which term you prefer to use. Anyway, say higher education institutes would have to be accredited. And the 2 relevant available reports on who the vendors are that are receiving these funds, and they're both as of end of 2022, so they're kind of outdated and they're not necessarily designed for people like me to try to analyze it, but there's only a few colleges and universities on the vendor list, and they all appear to be accredited, with the possible exception of something called Ontario Universities, but they got 1 grant for $193, so they're not really a major part of the program. And also Section 3 takes out special legal protections granted to EFA recipients and to the scholarship organization itself, and that's being a member of the Judiciary Committee, that part of it doesn't necessarily sit that well with me, but so henceforth, if you use this program to violate the law or violate anyone else's constitution or common law rights, you can be held liable just like anyone else who misuses the taxpayers' money or so that's what those 2 things are about, and those 2 things might stand without the rest of the bill in case as you work on it, you change in case you feel maybe those parts of it have some merit, you can consider those separately. So it would forbid using the money for religious education. And I believe this program violates several articles of the state constitution, especially Part 1st, Article 6. And I guess I don't need to read the whole thing. It's in the written testimony. We'll parenthetically know the Carson case came up, which is a U.S. Supreme Court about Maine. I didn't mention the First Amendment of my testimony precisely because that case was recently decided. I think that was specific to a Maine law, which I think is different from both what's being dealt with in this bill and the subject matter of the previous bill, so we don't necessarily know the Supreme Court, if it was asked to opine on it, would overturn this if this became law. I think it's worth, I don't think that in and of itself is an argument for killing the bill, but, and it doesn't merely allow anyway, the program, which is embodied in RSA 194F, doesn't merely allow taxpayer funds to be used to support religious education. It actively encourages it. And actually the same could be used about the education tax credit program, which actually this bill doesn't address at all. That one's a little bit different. It doesn't take money directly from the general education fund. So it's limited to the amount voluntarily paid into it by the participating taxpayers. And those are, I guess, significant enough differences. I decided not to attack that, not to do anything about that program in this bill. Both those two programs are currently administered through a nonprofit corporation called the Children's Scholarship Fund New Hampshire, which actually is ironically incorporated in New York City. It does have an office in Concord, but it's incorporated in New York City. And they did actually, the parent organization did actually set up a separate corporate entity just to administer the activities in New Hampshire. So even though it's part of a larger organization located in New York City that is active in several other states. And I was a little bit suspicious when I first arrived here because it's a very small organization administering a pretty complicated entitlement program, and basically on a cost-plus basis, they seem to be just getting a guaranteed percentage of what's spent through the program. And there haven't really been any scandals yet. There have been scandals with similar programs in other states, but this one hasn't really been a problem, but I'm dubious of it. Especially with especially the larger, much more ambitious school voucher program has been added on top of that old tax credit, and it's growing almost out of control, I think. So the CFS&H and this program, it serves some homeschools and secular private schools, but its main mission is to support religious education, and they really don't make any bones about it. You look in their website, they've got the banner on the front page, there's a bunch of adorable little children, apparently in parochial school uniforms with those bright yellow scarves that we see on session days all the time. We'll undoubtedly see it on the day that this bill comes to the floor. So they're very upfront about what they're doing, what their purpose is. Their Concord office is actually literally located on the property of a Catholic church on Loudon Road, although we'll say it appears to be just looking from the outside, a pretty small office in a church basement. So I guess maybe they're not wasting a lot of the taxpayers' money. But so as I said, I think this is just a blatant violation of the state constitution. And to name, there's a whole bunch of. It's also bad policy. One of the big reasons is it gives the power to reward some religions which it approves of while punishing those it disapproves of. Because there's this organization. I don't know if they've denied any would-be religious educators, but they certainly have the power to do so, and there's not much accountability. There's no, they're not even subject to 91A, the right to know law. So it's hard to. And so I was in the legislature in 2012 when the ETC, the Education Tax Program, was created, and then of course in 2021 when it was. The program we're talking about today was created as part of the budget trailer bill, and I believe they put the scholarship organization into that program as administrator precisely with the expectation that it would be exempt from any of the state and federal regulations, which an agency like the State Department of Education would have to obey. So maybe I shouldn't be trying to speculate what people's motives are, but that absolutely is, of course, the effect of the bill as it was passed. And I was not in the legislation in 1995 with the chartered public school program was established. But the laws governing that program, they've changed very little over the past 3 decades. There is a bill to tweak that program a little bit.
Representative Horgan, can you stick to this bill, please?
Yes, I am.
We're not talking charter schools here.
Yes, I'm just saying that program, religious schools were exempted from that program almost 30 years ago. And, it's okay. So I guess I can't put in a good word for the bill about that, which is coming up here. So the program, recent growth, it's been pretty spectacular, almost entirely out of control. In my opinion, this would reduce the cost amount by a significant amount, certainly more than half. As I said, the relevant data is a couple of years old, presented in formats that makes it hard to individually analyze, and I made a little bit of effort to see what else DOA could provide me. They referred me to CSF, and I just decided to stick with what was on the website. So I did a very crude analysis of a report called NHED by vendor spending, released in January 2023, which covers expenditures apparently from November 2021 to June 22nd, which shows that at least 54% of the EFA dollars are being paid directly to religious institutions. And I think that's actually an understatement, since only about a third of the program appears to be, a lot of the program is not being spent directly on tuition. And the tuition grants, as shown in that report and another one, are usually less than the full amount of the grants that the families are receiving. And it's obviously less than the lessen the cost of tuition at these organizations. And I have a list. I have a list here of I listed I flagged all the schools that appear to be religious, judging by their names or what I could glean about them. You had to go down to about number 10 on the list before you got a non-religious school, which is a school called the High Mowing School in Wilton, and that's and actually has a secular. That does have sort of a spiritual viewpoint, but it's clearly a secular school, and then there are a few others, but all the largest users of it are either parochial schools or Christian academies, organizations which are very specifically religious schools, which it's not necessarily a bad thing. I don't really know if that's either constitutional or appropriate to use the Hampshire taxpayer dollars to directly support those organizations. But so that's, I actually think this bill would probably cut out a lot more than 54% of the program, probably at least 75% or so, because, it would still leave secular schools would still be, so family centers, students of secular private schools like the High Mowing School, the Phillips Exeter Academy has a few students in there and a few others. Then also homeschoolers, but not the religious schools. So that's my bill. It's kind of simple in principle. And in case anybody asks me about the Supreme Court decision, that applies to the main law, which I think is different than what we're considering here. So I think this might pass.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Representative Cordelli?
Yeah.
Thank you, Representative Horgan, for being here again. And yes, we did recognize the name.
Yes.
The subject you brought it up and it was brought up in context of the earlier bill. Also, was the Carson versus Macon decision. But there are Supreme Court decisions going back that I know of as far as back as 1925, Pierce versus Society of Sisters. All, and you don't have to write all this down. It's all on my website, repealnewhampshireblaine.com.
Yes.
I'll put in a plug.
I know Senator Blaine. He's been dead for a long time, but I know who he is. Yes.
Yeah, Blaine of Maine.
Yeah.
In the 1990s, there was Zellman versus Simmons Harris, then Trinity Lutheran versus Comer, which was all about trying to give rubber materials for school playgrounds to a religious school that was argued as being unconstitutional.
It's going that way.
Then more recently, the past 4 years, there was Espinoza versus Montana Department of Revenue, and then Carson versus Macon. All of them held that if funds are going to a private school, it would be discrimination to exclude religious schools. I can give you the quotes from Supreme Court Justice Roberts about it's being neutral to respect for religion when this happens. It's not a violation of the Establishment Clause. So I'm just wondering how you mentioned that Section 3 on lines 5 through 7 complies with our state constitution. I'm just wondering how you get around the U.S. Supreme Court decisions.
I mean, I guess I'll just say my reading of it, it's blatantly violates what's in our state constitution, and as for the rest of those, probably before you you may want to have a work session and review, have a discussion of those decisions. I'm familiar with some of them, not familiar with others, and so that's probably about the best answer I have. I just don't believe from what
Are there any other
I've seen
questions?
that those invalidate my law. But
Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. I just wanted to bring up, you also touched in your testimony, and I believe you mentioned Part 1, Article 6 of the Constitution, the compelled reason clause. It's commonly referred to. And I'm just wondering if you're aware of the history of that, why it was added to the Constitution. It was because back in the 1700s, towns were collecting money for the churches, predominantly the congregational churches. And in 1784, this was added to the Constitution, so you couldn't compel someone to pay money to the congregational church. But in 1791, there was a law passed that allowed towns to do this. That was eventually repealed in 1819 as other faiths started objecting to collecting money for the congregational churches. They felt, they should have equal dibs on that taxpayer dollars, I guess. But so that's the history of Article 1, Part 1, Article 6. So I'm not sure how that applies to your attempt in Roman 3 to exclude monies from religious schools.
I mean, I might respectfully disagree with the history. I've only been to legislation in 2008, so a lot of those events happened before my service.
I guarantee you I wasn't around in 1894.
Yes. I mean, there was the separation of church and state, didn't really exist in the 1700s, and it kind of that evolved, in the middle of the 19th century, and to some extent, I think it's because the churches didn't want to be part of the state as much as the state wanted to be separate from the churches. So it was a little of both, and so there was a move away from directly subsidizing religious schools. So they still existed with private funding, and they do get a lot of tax advantages. So that's not my answer. Once again, you have an executive session coming up. You probably could, if you wanted to, although you have many bills, have a work session to more examine those court decisions in more detail.
Are there any other questions for Representative Horgan? Representative McDonald?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am going to cut to the chase. If a law-abiding family is paying their taxes and part of their taxes goes towards funding public education, and the EFA program is designed to reimburse some of that tax money back to the family, then why shouldn't they be able to put their tax dollars towards a religious school or whatever else they choose, because it is their money after all?
Once again, you have an executive session coming up, so you can discuss that amongst yourselves. I believe the taxpayer money belongs to all the taxpayers, not just, so, and in some cases, some of these families are not necessarily, in fact, especially if they're within the original purview of the EFA program, they wouldn't be necessarily paying enough taxes to the state to, offset what's being paid as the grants from the EFA program. So, and then also, of course, the EFA program, just the way it's designed, is a little bit, in my opinion, kind of strange and open to abuse. But yes, so I don't have a good answer, better answer than that, but you can discuss that amongst yourselves at the executive session.
Any further questions from the committee? Representative Luna.
Thank you very much. Are you, being the prime sponsor of this bill, are you aware that back in February 15th, 2022, there was a letter from the Commissioner of Education to the Joint Legislative Committee on Administrative Rules that on page, I guess, 9 of the letter gets into, and this is again from the Commissioner of Education, New Hampshire Department of Education to JLCAR, that the statute and rules pertaining to EFAs do not permit funding for religious instruction.
Yeah. I'm sure you're correct. I remember following some of that process. So that particular letter, I don't know exactly what it says on page 9, but I'm sure you're quoting him correctly. So that
okay. Are you
follow up?
Yep, follow up. Thank you. Are you under the impression that that at least that directive from the commissioner to JLCAR is not being followed by some some taxpayer-funded education service?
I would say so. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Further questions? Thank you very much, Representative Horgan. I'd like to invite Matt Southerton.
Hey, good morning. For the record, my name is Matt Southerton, Director of Policy and Compliance at Children's Scholarship Fund. So we have a few questions on this bill. We would oppose this bill because, frankly, it strips out the protections for providers. And we believe that if we were put in that position, we would have to discriminate against providers. And as I just said, the law explicitly has protections for those providers currently. I know that you have tried to unpack Espinoza and Carson, and we believe that the U.S. Supreme Court has made it clear if you have a private school choice program, you can't discriminate against religious institutions. So that's all I have.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for Mr. Sutherland? Yes, Representative Lekis?
Are you aware of any monies actually going to religious training?
I do not. That was an interesting question that I heard. Would that be, I mean, I would just be speculating. Is that like Bible study? Is that what they're talking about? Because alls that we would pay for would be tuition to a non-public school. And again, we can't make those value judgments. We can't say, as long as you're approved by the Board of Education, you're approved by the entity in your state to operate, and we've vetted you, we can't make moral or value judgments on, well, we're going to allow this one and we're not going to allow that one. It specifically says in the law that we can't do that. So, and this would strip that out. So that's what concerns us.
Thank you.
Representative Cordelli, did you have your hand up? I'll pass. Any further, Representative McDonald?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for being here. I had something I wanted to clarify because the previous representative said that the current law as is may allow the scholarship organization to choose to fund one religious school as opposed to another type of religious school may not be funded. But I just want to clarify that's not the case, and you can't discriminate based on religion.
Yeah,
Correct.
no, that's absolutely not the case.
Okay,
That would
thank you very
be
much.
against the law.
Further questions, Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It was noted, obviously, the case Macon was implicated in this, and but it was suggested that that is not a reason to kill this bill. But if I were to look at our House rules under 45 Section D, no committee shall report with a positive recommendation any bill or resolution which would, if enacted, be in violation of any article of the Constitution of New Hampshire or the Constitution of the United States. Do you believe that this bill, if enacted, would be unconstitutional?
Well, I mean, I'm not a constitutional scholar, but that's what we're afraid of. Yeah, that we'd be breaking the law and that we'd be discriminating against certain individuals.
Representative Balboni?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I was just wondering if you could speak a little bit to your vetting process because we don't really have access to that. So I'm just curious how you decide.
And we're absolutely happy to share that process with you. It's a series of questions that that one of our staff has to go through. You would receive the application and you would make sure that it's a legitimate entity, a legitimate person. Say if it's a little bit different if you're a sole proprietor, right? And you're not an organization. How would we vet to make sure that you have the credentials and the experience to be able to teach that job, right? So we would ask for your resume, we'd ask for your work experience, we'd ask for any other relative documentation. And then of course it's a little uncomfortable to say this, but we use the National Insta Check for, sexual predators. So we do all that because what we want to do is we want to make sure that these are safe providers that these students go to. And ultimately it's the parents' decision to
Representative
make that
Balboni?
choice.
Just a quick follow-up. Thank you. So is it a committee that does the vetting process? Is it a small, is it one person?
It's typically myself and then another member of the compliance team. And I'm absolutely happy to email you the instructions on how we proceed.
Representative Tanner?
Thank you. Is that information publicly available? Not just the questions, but actually
the process?
Well, the process, but also the schools that you vet. Is that information publicly available, their responses?
It's interesting. So as part of that RFP that we submitted last year, we are implementing a new process that every provider will need to when they register for for the program, and if we approve them, then they will have to lay out a number of those documents there, including how do they provide a safe learning environment for their student.
And will those documents be publicly available?
Absolutely, they will be publicly available.
And are you talking?
As long as we're not talking about, personal.
Right, sorry.
I'm sorry.
Are you representing the educational freedom accounts or the children's scholarship?
Children's Scholarship Fund.
So you're just talking about that, not the EFAs?
Absolutely. Okay. And you can look at our new policies and procedures. We just updated those a few weeks ago. That's online. A lot of that is, pretty much everything should be public. And if there is information that you want or require, please let us know, because we'll be putting together an annual report at the end of each year as a look back, so that you'll be able to see all these cost categories, where the money was spent, the different vendors, and all of those.
Further questions? Representative Luna?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Has the Children's Scholarship Fund approved any expenses under the EFA program for religious instruction?
Not that I'm aware of.
Materials or services used for religious instruction?
I think, are you talking about, I literally have to ask you, are you talking about a Bible, or could you define that for me?
Yeah, so in the commissioner's own words, in a letter to JLCAR, as set forth above, the department believes that, as enacted, the EFA law does not permit the use of EFA funds for religious instruction.
Correct.
So that's an absolute statement.
Yeah, that's my understanding.
So I just want to be clear that the Children's Scholarship Fund has not approved any EFA, any expenses under the EFA program for educational services or materials that are being used for religious instruction.
Not to my knowledge, but again, that's such a subjective question. I would need you to define it. So, for example, it's a religious history textbook. Would that be an item that you're describing? So, for example, we would consider that history, right? We don't make value judgments on how they want to teach their students, because these are approved non-public schools by the state. So
this really gets follow-up, gets to religious instruction. And I'm just using the commissioner's words here in this letter back in February of 2022 to JLCAR. And I guess I'm just interested to know whether or not the Children's Scholarship Fund has approved the use of EFA funds for any educational services, I believe is what it's called in 194F. Educational services and materials are part of educational services, to be used for religious instruction, because the commissioner here says that the rules and the law, 194F, bar the use of EFA funds for religious instruction.
So, to my knowledge, no. And again, I would need to go back, and I need to.
Could you go back and check on that?
And I would absolutely. I definitely love to read the material that you're reading, and then read. Do we have a definition on what those materials are?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Not seeing any further questions, I'd like to invite Aubrey Friedman.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, Aubrey Friedman. I live in Bridgewater, private citizen. I speak in opposition to this bill. So one of my points I was going to make, we already talked about the Supreme Court, U.S. Supreme Court already ruled in Espinoza versus the Montana Department of Revenue. So that was June 2020. So that's pretty clear. You have to be neutral on religious schools and school voucher programs. So that's all. So to me, this would just be a waste of time, this whole bill. But my more important points are actually this would remove government schools just don't work out for everybody. So that's what school choice is all about. If you eliminate like 75% of the options, what are those parents going to do? So this is removing choices. We want more choices, not less choices. So that's the problem right here. Secondly, I'm Jewish. And when my son, he went to a regular government school back in California, K through 5, then I decided, no, I don't think this is going to be the best option moving forward after elementary school. I sent him to a Catholic school. And I have absolutely no interest in Catholicism. I had to go to services and they were swinging that weird smoke around, and I know nothing about that, but I didn't care about any of that. The school had really high standards. The A went down to like 94%. 93 was already in the B's. I said, whoa, these people have high standards, academic standards. That's what I'm interested in. So the religious part, people choose religious schools for all different reasons. And certainly for me, I had no interest in that. But so he did, there was one class on religion. It didn't hurt him to learn it, but it was a good school. And I think removing that option is going to be devastating for a lot of parents who, frankly, I go to school board meetings. I know what goes on in the schools. They're not that good. People need other options, and this removes it. So even though I think it'd be thrown out of court and it just won't work. But it's a bad idea, and that's why I opposed this bill.
Thank you very much. Are you willing to take any questions?
Yes.
Questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. And the last card I have here is Jay Cole? Cook. Okay.
Cold Wars, generally mix up those last letters.
Well, looks like a different type of writing.
I'm not good at that either.
Welcome.
This is amazing. It's my first time in front of anything like this, and I can't believe I'm here. I'm age 60. I grew up in New Hampshire. I did win a DAR essay once, Why I Love America, when I was like in 5th grade. I think it was a $10 prize or something. But this is the closest I've gotten since then. I've spent about 30 years overseas with the military. When I came back, I started a family late because during the wars, we were extremely busy. We weren't, making families. So I have young kids. When I got back, I moved into what was considered to be one of the nicer, it was an apartment in a multifamily unit, but it was still in a neighborhood that I presume was assigned to a good public school. My mother had taught at that school. My sister is a public school teacher in New Hampshire now. My cousin, I have many friends who are public school teachers. I know for a fact that there's lots of excellent public schools in New Hampshire. And it's a terrible thing when you're a father and you're assigned to a totally failed public school like Mount Pleasant in Nashua is, and that's not the only one in Nashua. It's a terrible thing to think because you don't have money, and like a lot of immigrants, my wife is an immigrant, because you don't have the money to send your kids to a private school, that you have to consign them to a failed public school. And I'm not talking about failed like, I don't like the look of it, or, I don't like the feel of it. I'm talking about go to the DOE website and check the measurements, which a lot of people don't do. And it's starting to look like, almost like, like the legislature, that people don't like the idea of school choice at all, are just throwing eggs, just throwing stones, just anything. They're just trying to make something stick to end these programs. Like the reiterate, Mr. I think Friedman, sir, is it said? My kids are not Catholic. My wife is not Catholic. The school, I volunteer in it 2 mornings a week before I go to my own stuff, and I just it's more diverse than some public schools, especially in a very heavily white New Hampshire. There's tons of Indians. There's atheists, Chinese in there. There are Orthodox Jews, Muslim family. And so whatever discussion is about religion, there is a class. They do teach a religion class. I don't want to be taking a knock or helping the people that are trying to kill these programs, but it's nothing. It's a very short thing a week, and they also talk about Buddhism. They also talk about any university today. I've taken a theology class at Riviere. Some of them just focus on Christianity. Some of them broaden out, and at the Catholic school you can do that. It's enraging, and I don't want to be negative, but it's enraging to think that that somebody would try to force us back into failed schools with our children. You only get one shot. This isn't like you telling me that You're not going to allow a supermarket in my neighborhood and I have to go to the one I don't like because we can't get a new one. You're telling me that I have to send my kids to a bad school. And it seems like that this is like a Trojan horse for teachers unions support, and not really an interest in the welfare and education of the kids in New Hampshire. I think Mr. Friedman did it. I don't have to repeat it. You know, my kids are not Catholic, but they've excelled. I know parents at that school who have, in some cases, 7 or 8 kids, and some of them, half of them go to public school and half go to the Catholic school. And unfortunately, where we live and where we are in Nashua, and that won't maybe happen in Hollis, maybe not in Amherst, maybe not up north. Maybe you guys got really, really good public schools. You know, my sister's in a good public school. This is not about public school teachers. I'm supportive of public schools, 100%. So is my wife. She was against sending the kids because she's not Catholic. But when you're assigned to a failed public school that's getting single digits on a scale of 100 of proficiency, which several national schools are. I know Manchester does too. I just follow some of the stats. You're not going to do that to your children. You're just not going to do it. And it upsets me. I understand that maybe some people they hate the idea of taxpayer money being given back to the taxpayers for private schools. But it just seems like at this point, it's not even really about that. It just seems like for some people, it's just about trying to destroy school choice. And them's fighting words for me right now. I got kids. And I did my time overseas. I sacrificed for 30 years over there. And it's enraging to see people trying to destroy it just because, you know. Thank you. I'm sorry for my anger.
No, thank you very much for coming today. Are there questions from the committee?
Excuse me.
No, I don't see any. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir.
Yep. With that, we have no more cards on this particular bill, so we're going to close 1592. Mr. Cook, we're trying to get your name written down correctly. C-O-O-K or C-O? Okay. Got it.
Transposed that second O into a C. That's what they did when I got out of the Army the first time. And I just wanted to go home, so I left it and the game fixed it later. I'm embarrassed for being interrupted.
Well, thank you for serving in the Army.
Thank you, sir.
Yep. There's a number of us in the Army up here at this table.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Okay, so we closed that hearing on 1592. The next bill which we have is 1084.
Are you ready? Chairman Ladd, should I start my testimony?
No,
or
hold on a
not yet?
second, please. Okay, 1084 is a bill relative to qualifications for the Commissioner of Education. I'd like to recognize Representative Selig.
Thank you very much, Chairman Ladd and Education Committee, for allowing me to introduce HB 1084 today. For the record, I am Lauren Selig. I represent Stratford County District 10, which is Durham. In terms of my background, I'm a former teacher, certified in elementary education and college, having begun my career in private kindergartens in New Jersey, then getting my master's in the art of teaching with a focus on secondary education, specifically with English and English certification from the Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore, Maryland. I then taught middle and high school English for a decade in Howard County, Maryland, before I relocated to New Hampshire. When I first moved here, I worked at the University of New Hampshire, supervising graduate students who were getting their degrees to be teachers, and I held that position for 3 years until there was a 50% budget cut for UNH, and my position was one of many that was eliminated. I'm also the parent of 2 public school educated children, and I'm a product of a blend of public and private education, having attended private school for kindergarten and first grade, then public school through 10th grade, and back to private for my last 2 years. This bill, HB 1084, seeks to reestablish minimum qualifications for the Commissioner of Education, and they truly are minimum standards. A degree from an accredited college or university, certification as an educator, and 5 years experience as either a teacher or administrator in a public school system. While I'm having trouble locating the document, in the 1980s, there was a set of standards for all of our commissioners, including Commissioner of Education, but they were removed in a deregulation sweep during the Reagan era and have not been revisited since. This bill seeks to create a bare minimum of standards, less, in fact, than most school systems would require to hire someone as a principal, let alone a superintendent. Yet the Commissioner of Education is fundamentally the superintendent of all public school systems in New Hampshire. One document that I'm going to share, and I only printed one copy because it's 40-something pages, and I'll hand that to your committee, gives details of the requirements in states across the country for this crucial position, but I pulled out a few key highlights. In Alabama, the superintendent of education shall be a person of good moral character with academic and professional education equivalent to the graduation from standard college or university, who's knowledgeable in school administration and has a training and experience sufficient to qualify him, I would add, or her, to perform the duties of office. In Alaska, the commissioner shall have at least a master's degree with 5 years experience in the field of education and at least 3 of the 5 years in an exclusively administrative position. In Arkansas, the commissioner should have a master's degree from an accredited institution, 10 years experience as a teacher, 5 of which have to be in an administrative or supervisory nature. In Indiana, they need to demonstrate personal and professional leadership, preferably in administration of public education. They need an earned advanced degree, preferably in education or educational administration, awarded from a regionally or nationally accredited college or university. They also have to have a license or have held a license as a teacher, superintendent, or principal, or any combination of these for at least 5 years prior to taking the office, and at least 5 years work experience in any combination of teacher, superintendent, principal, or executive in the field of education. As I said, I've got 41 pages. I could go on, but I don't think that's necessary. Additionally, I spoke to a number of people who do hiring for towns, for small businesses, and for large corporations to see what they look for when hiring or appointing someone to a senior supervisory position. Unequivocally, they stated expertise in the field, preferably a directly related advanced degree in the area being supervised, a progression of jobs in the industry showing they are prepared and have the core skills and experience to fully understand all aspects of the organization they are supervising, as well as a demonstrated interest in supporting that organization. In case all of this is difficult to understand in theoretical mode, here's an example that might be more clear. Imagine you have a badly broken leg with multiple fractures and bone protruding from your skin. You wouldn't want me to be your surgeon, even though I've spent hours binge watching ER, Grey's Anatomy, and MASH. I mean, I did pass biology in high school and topics in contemporary chemistry in college, and I attended the emergency incident training at lunch here in the State House last spring. But none of that makes me qualified to perform the procedure, nor to supervise the doctor who should. I began my testimony by saying I'd attended both public and private school when I was younger, and that I taught both public and private school. It's one reason why this bill specifies experience working in a public school system. By law, and also by good moral standards, public schools cannot discriminate about who attends them. They cannot block a child who might be slower to develop or has learning disabilities, or even those with severe behavioral challenges from attending. Believe me, I know. I taught those kids. There are requirements to provide all sorts of services from public schools and report to any student, and reporting requirements for any student who wants to enroll. So the person who heads up the organization that is supposed to ensure that all of our kids are getting a quality education should be familiar with how public schools actually work, what some of the dynamics and challenges are, and what makes them a truly unique and wonderful example of how to create a more perfect union. The success and strength of public schools should be reflected in its leaders. There currently isn't that visibility in supporting teaching and learning in the public school setting, nor is there an understanding, empathy, and support for the difficult scenarios and situations school administrators and teachers face every day. That must face every day to keep our kids safe, fed, and educated. I hope you will support this bill and will demonstrate a commitment to meeting the needs of students across New Hampshire. Additionally, I'm going to be passing out written testimony from Representative Nick Germana, who's also a professor at Keene State Keene, anyway, at Keene. He's teaching this morning, but I have his written testimony. And I want to highlight from your online testimony, the New Hampshire Association of School Principals submitted their written testimony in support of this bill, focusing on the fact that the role requires a deep understanding of the complexities of the education system, as well as the ability to navigate the ever-changing landscape of educational legislation and funding. They go on later to say that the role of Commissioner of Education at the state level in the United States is a highly demanding position that requires a combination of educational expertise, leadership experience, and effective communication skills. They have much more in their letter. I'm just highlighting a couple parts. And in the online testimony submissions, there are currently 209 people who've submitted in support, 20 who opposed, and just one that's neutral.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Leckes?
You were talking about the broken leg, and I'm wondering if you had a choice between a doctor who had worked at a private institution that specializes in broken legs or a general doctor who worked at a public institution, but that you know that institution is not done well, which would you want to go to?
I'd want the doctor who is qualified to do the surgery.
And so does where they got their experience matter?
I would say that what makes someone qualified definitely has to do with their experience. Yes. And I don't believe that someone who has never had any experience working in a public school system truly understands the dynamics of how they work.
Thank you.
Representative Cascade and then Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. I don't know if you have explored the RSA 21 in preparing this, but I just want to point out a couple things and then get your response to this. So in RSA 21N3 is about the commissioner, deputy commissioner positions. And one of the criteria is the commissioner and deputy commissioner shall be qualified to hold their positions by reason of education and experience. And RSA 21N-4, the duties of a commissioner specify that they are to be representing the public interest in the administration of the function of the Department of Ed. And does this bill change anything in that RSA in particular, or are we just not following this RSA?
My belief is this would strengthen that RSA by making it more specific that they would also have to have experience within a public school system so that they understand the dynamics of public schools.
Thank you.
Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. Just going back to 21 and 4, the duties of commissioner, I'm having trouble finding anything in there in terms of the duties of a commissioner that would require them to have been a certified teacher or administrator. Could you point me to any of the duties that would?
Representative Cascade just referenced them.
General experience and responsibility requires you to have been a certified teacher. I'm not sure how that applies.
I don't have a
Further questions from the committee. Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. You suggested that these particular qualifications are comparable to what is required for a school principal.
No, I said that they were less than what would be required for a school principal, but as the bill states, these would be absolute minimum standards, not maximum. Ideally, it would be someone with an advanced degree with many years' experience. I know my school district recently hired a new superintendent, and they chose to hire the person with 20 years of experience versus the person who had
Thank you for that correction. If I may continue my question. If this is the minimum set of, or less than the minimum that is generally required for principals, yet we know that all over the state, we have schools that are struggling, including some that are outright failing, then these do not obviously confer some sort of magical ability to a principal to manage a school. Why would this result in a good commissioner?
I'm not saying that this would be the maximum standards. Very specifically, it's the minimum standards, that we would want someone with, at the very least, a basic understanding of how public schools work. Someone who has worked within a public school system and seen the varying dynamics and the changes that happen within a public school system, which are unique to public schools and are not and don't occur in private schools, in charter schools, in homeschooling environments, or for people who have no experience at all in education. The dynamics of a business, for example, like the person who runs my supermarket, they're outstanding at identifying the needs of the supermarket. But I wouldn't want them to do my leg surgery, and I also don't believe they're qualified to run my school. They are very good at the product they provide. Just as a factory owner would ideally know the best way to run their factory. Our schools are not factories. Our schools are sources of education and support for all students.
Further questions?
If I may, just,
One follow-up?
and thank you, because that helped clarify what we're looking at, I think, in terms of this. So if I understand correctly, the point of implementing these minimum standards is because that would allow for a person who's filling this position to understand how the current system operates such that they can continue to reproduce the current system.
No, it might allow them to make amazing changes to the system. Maybe what they recognize is the way in which the system doesn't work right now and needs to be improved. Or maybe they recognize that this school district is doing things well and this one isn't, and that there's ways of partnering those school districts to improve both.
Thank you.
Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Chairman Lett. Good morning again.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm looking at just something very minuscule, really, but on line 12 of your proposed bill, and I'm not suggesting I have anything against your upper suggestions on 8, 9, and 10, because I agree with those. However, on line 12, if this bill became effective July 1, 2024, what would happen to the current incumbent of that position who has 3 years left on their contract?
So I asked OLS if we could have it state that date or at the conclusion of the current commissioner's term, and they said we had to pick a specific date. So I don't actually have the answer to your question. I just know that OLS said we couldn't make it an or as an effective date, and we had to pick a day.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chairman Lett.
Further questions, Representative Cascadden?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just follow up to give a little bit more clarity. So again, RSA 21 does specify qualified to hold their positions by reason of education and experience. To me, that's not just any experience. It's particular to the field. But would your town hire a fire chief and a police chief who has not been a firefighter or a police officer? Just curious.
I mean, I can't speak to other people's towns. I only know the way my town works, and absolutely not. They would never hire someone who wasn't qualified to do the job.
Representative McDonald?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Am I correct in saying that this bill would put more qualifications into statute for the Commissioner of Education than compared to commissioners of other departments, say transportation, agricultural, natural and cultural resources, to name a few? Do those commissioners also have comparable qualifications written out in statute?
So this bill specifically is addressing this issue. In next year, we can bring forward legislation to make sure that all of our commissioners across boards are qualified in their specific areas. I didn't, as a first-term legislator, think it was appropriate for me to submit 20 separate bills this year. I felt that I would focus on one at a time and make sure that I was doing it effectively.
May I have a follow-up?
Yes, you may.
So you would see this bill as the start of further regulations for government officials? Is this the start of more future bills?
No, I see this bill as one to make sure that we have a Commissioner of Education who is actually qualified to be the Commissioner of Education.
Okay.
Further questions? Thank you very much. Robin Vogt?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Good morning, honorable members of House Education Committee. It's been a hot minute since I've been behind a microphone, so I appreciate you listening to my testimony today. For the record, my name is Robin Vogt. I'm a former state representative of Rockingham District 21, and I'm now a resident of the amazing little town of Durham, New Hampshire. I am speaking today in favor of HB 1084. I spent 10 years in New Hampshire public schools as a paraprofessional and 4 years as co-president of the Exeter Paraprofessionals Association. So for over 10 years, I've been working with special needs students and kind of on the front lines of that work. I'm speaking today in favor of HB 1084 because when it comes to education and providing enriching learning opportunities in the state of New Hampshire, the individuals leading those efforts in the New Hampshire Department of Education should understand exactly how a classroom, school, or how a district as a whole works. In my 10 years of experience as a paraprofessional, I've held many responsibilities and was required to consistently improve my practices either through extending my college degree or seeking additional certifications to do the job of educating students. This is what makes a good public school educator or administrator a dedicated community leader and an educator as a whole here in the state of New Hampshire. The drive to become even better at the work that we do. To accomplish this, months of experience in the classroom, logging of hours with students, and careful review of practices by an administrator or college advisor are needed. The qualifications needed to become certified, or in many cases to even be considered for a position of paraprofessional classroom teacher or a school administrator in New Hampshire, are important to ensuring that the best of the best are educating our students. The fact that our Commissioner of Education and Deputy Commissioner of Education, state officials making crucial decisions about educating New Hampshire's next generations, may not have experience in a classroom or have not even been through the same processes that so many educators and administrators are required to by New Hampshire Department of Education standards simply makes no sense to me. If I have years of experience in business administration and accounting with no experience educating New Hampshire students and minimal to 0 hours towards a state certification in teaching or even in the process of my CAGs, should that qualify me to lead the charge for New Hampshire's education system? In any other job application, the hiring manager for the position would look at that resume and say, "We're going to pass. They have no relevant experience." We hold the same standards for any other job in this world currently, that relevant experience and specific qualifications are necessary to be even considered for the role. It's about time that our Commissioner and Deputy Commissioner of Education are held to that standard as well. For the position, you must have experience working or being an administrator in one of our many fantastic New Hampshire public schools. I ask you to please support HB 1084 and for the work of so many administrators and educators here in New Hampshire. Thank you, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Not seeing it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Aubrey Freeman?
Mr. Chairman, committee members, Aubrey Friedman, Bridgewater, private citizen. Again, I'm going to oppose this bill, and similar to the last bill, this bill is all about eliminating flexibility and options. The thing is, the government schools, if you hire people only that have worked and got to have the 5 years more experience, you're getting people from the inside. People from the inside are not going to change the system. I'm not saying they're not qualified, and they just have, it's a worldview of you come from that system, it's good, and it's got to stay a certain way, and maybe we can tweak it a little bit. They're not going to make major changes. You need people from the outside. And that's why, it doesn't mean you can't have people from the inside, but having more options, I think is better for everyone. And you get a fresher view, fresh blood. Also, schools are business. And a lot of people say education is different. It's the kids' minds. No, it's not different. It's a business. The business should be teaching academic skills. That is a business. And I'm sorry to say the government schools are not doing a great job. They're trying to do too much right now. They're not focused. Let's get back to it is a business of educating academics, the basic stuff. And I think having the options of getting people with experience and from the outside running businesses that can actually accomplish the goal at hand is worthwhile to have that flexibility. And I think limiting it to people basically from the inside, the system is doomed to failure. And that's why I oppose this bill.
Thank you very much. Are you willing to take questions?
Yes.
Questions from the committee? Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Chairman Lynn. Good morning. Thank you for coming back again. If you wanted to create a new system would you feel more comfortable bringing in someone who is focused on creating new systems in a specific field, or someone who just creates new systems?
Well, I don't think we can bring in a new system at this point, so I'd say improving.
Okay, that
Yeah.
was the question.
Yeah.
Mayor?
Well, yeah.
But the question, to be clear, if you were creating a new system, would you prefer to have someone who has experience in a system and recreating it, or someone who has no experience to recreate a new system?
I want
Yes or
all,
no?
yeah, I just want all the options open.
Okay.
I don't want limiting options.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Not seeing, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jennifer Belmont?
Thank you, Chairman Rick Ladd and Education Committee. My name is Jennifer Belmont Earl. I live in Barrington with my husband and our 2 school-aged children. I support HB 1084 because both of my children are autistic and receive the legal right to an appropriate education in public school. Currently, our Commissioner of Education does not need to have any background in public education. This can result in blind spots, including the right of children with disabilities to access a free and appropriate public education, also known as FAPE, as outlined in the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, IDEA. Every child is entitled to FAPE. Someone with a background in public education is more likely to understand the complexity and implementation of all of the pieces of the current educational system in place. My fear is that my son Zeke, who is nonverbal and has sensory challenges, could somehow be pushed out of his public school and lose FAPE. He is in an integrated preschool program where educators help him make friends with both typical children and children who experience disability. He is learning to recognize the letters in his name and to spell along with his abled classmates. If he were to attend a private school specifically for autistic children, there is no law guaranteeing that he would receive the appropriate education that his other typical classmates would receive. He also definitely would not be helped to make friends with neurotypical children. And the friends he has now would miss an opportunity to know my wonderful son. The education of our children is complex, presenting many challenges that only someone with a working knowledge of our system could navigate. Please pass HB 1084 because the State Commissioner and Deputy Commissioner of Education should have some prior experience in public education. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other questions from the committee? Not seeing, thank you very much. Representative Lucas?
I'm just curious as to why you're afraid that your son will be pushed out of the public school. Have you been given any reason?
Not of my public school. I have friends who whose autistic children, when they get older, they're more likely to be politely asked to leave, if you know what I mean. So I feel that some people that send their disabled children to schools specifically for kids with disabilities may not have the options that they should.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Luno?
Thank you very much. And thanks for coming today and providing your testimony on this. Do you think it would be sufficient in view of some of the other comments we've heard this morning, that if we had a commissioner of education that actually had a background in education and in public schools, that if we had a commissioner with that sort of background, that they would be able to receive advice from their state board of, the State Board of Education members, who by law 7 members who shall serve without pay, we're all used to that, shall not be technical educators or professionally engaged in that work, that the commissioner, being a skilled educator, credentialed educator, would be able to receive advice from people who were not professional educators, and that would serve the public interest in terms of having working knowledge of what schools do and other knowledge.
I mean, it could. I am a parent though, so this is not my area of expertise.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh, and if I may, I have written testimony from another parent I'd like to submit.
Hand it in right over there and they'll pass it around to us. Gloria Kadima? Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chairman Rick Ladd and Education Committee. My name is Gloria Mukendi. I reside in Manchester, New Hampshire, and I'm a single mother of 2 boys. My oldest boy is 8 years old and on the autism spectrum. I support HB 1084 because public education is complicated and requires someone at the helm with more than just a basic understanding of how it operates. I graduated with a bachelor's degree in business finance 13 years ago, but I struggle advocating for my son. I initially trusted the education system. After 2 years in school, I noticed that there had been no growth in my son's functional, behavioral, or academic abilities. He used to enjoy singing from the age of 1 to 3 and used to pronounce a few words. But instead of developing them at school, he regressed. He lost his speech while undergoing speech therapy and obtaining all proper assistance. Even something as easy as an AAC device, a common support for communication, was denied to my son in 1st grade. I realized I had to start taking matters into my own hands, particularly when I started receiving calls to pick up my son from school because he was having lengthy tantrums or meltdowns, behavior that are common when children do not have access to communication tools. His teachers were at a loss on how to handle it. As an educated woman, I had to acknowledge I did not know enough to fully advocate for my son. I delved more into learning about my son's condition, the educational system, and disability. The more I learned, the more I recognized education is complicated based, and I began my master's degree in special education. When I learned the commissioner of the New Hampshire Department of Education was an accounting professional without any special education experience, I was perplexed. To me, it makes no sense for someone lacking special education training or any training in education to make decisions on behalf of New Hampshire children, families, and educators. My business degree will have served me well if education were a business. Fortunately, it's not. The Commissioner of Education has a complicated job within a complicated system. Special education is a beast all in its own. It is of the utmost importance to have an amendment in place requiring a background in special education instruction. New Hampshire is growing and becoming more diverse. This holds significant importance for my family, particularly those of us for whom English is a second language. Navigating a foreign culture and learning the language is difficult enough. Knowing how to advocate for a child with development delay further complicates the situation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Damon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here. I think your son is a very fortunate child to have you as his mom with the effort that you have put into understanding what his needs are. And I'm wondering if you would comment in your work to get, I believe you said your master's in special education. Do you think there's a parallel between the increase in your knowledge and understanding of how to help and advocate for your son and what a Commissioner of Education qualified in the way this bill proposes to be in the different knowledge level and philosophies that might occur from that difference?
Yes, it made a lot of difference, especially because before, when I was in those meetings, I didn't know how to defend or his right or any more knowledge because every time I will come to ask for a request for something, I was put on the wall, like it could not happen. But since I've been furthering my knowledge and taking the special education, I did understand a lot of stuff. So he permit me to better advocate for him during the meetings, and I see a change since I started better advocating. He started receiving services because I had more knowledge and better to defend the request that was coming after it.
Further questions from the committee? Thank you very much for coming today.
Thank you.
I'd like to have Representative John Sellers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank the committee for hearing my testimony. On HB 1084, I look at it as one of my constituents, Aubrey Freeman, just mentioned to you. It's a business. And as any of us going into business, we know a lot about a business, or we have a heart for it, but it doesn't mean we know all aspects of it. And what we do is we actually surround ourselves with experts. That's what we do. And that's what I think any commissioner would do at this point, or deputy commissioner. They would hire the right people around them or as advisors to make sure they're doing the best job they can. So I look at this as that opposing this bill gives more freedom and allows more freedom to the person that's going to be in that position. And again, if you're saying that someone has to have a college education, that doesn't make sense, because we just talked in previous bills about social emotional learning that is taking over, and what's causing that is Castle saying, hey, if they're more socially and emotional, they're going to actually learn on their own by going out to the internet and actually learn and develop their skills on academics. So if they go out and do that, they may not end up going to college, but they're going to go on the internet and learn all they can on a certain subject. So therefore, you'll be taking people that might be qualified, because there are a lot of really smart people out there that just haven't gone to college. And just that one reason alone is, I'm saying, you'd be discarding a bunch of people that actually could be good for the position. And the position's not just given to anybody. I'm sure they're going through an interview as well. So again, I'm opposing this bill, and that's the reasons why.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Tim Horrigan.
Thank you. I'm Representative Timothy Horgan, Stratford County District 10, the town of Durham. So I support this bill. I thank the prime sponsor, who's also from my district, for bringing it forward, and for my neighbor, former Representative Vogt, for coming to speak in behalf of it. So I think this is a fairly common sense bill. And of course, there's the you are certainly free to amend it too if you object simply to the fact that the person has to have 5 years of experience in a public school, which of course is a pretty minimal amount for a commissioner of any department. You can get your advanced degree and be certified and get 5 years combined experience before you're 30 years old, and all the commissioners are much older than that. Not that people under 30 aren't very skillful too. So I think, as a practical matter, I think that those are all very reasonable requirements. We've heard it said that the public school system in New Hampshire is failing. It's far from perfect, but the idea that it's totally failing is, I think, fallacious. I can understand if you choose to send your kids to private school, which is a very legitimate choice. You may have sort of you're emotionally attached to whatever school you send your kids to. So part of that may be, sort of a rivalry, saying that private schools are terrible, but they're not perfect, but most of them are pretty good. If you go to a private school, if you go to any public school here, you'll see very adorable kids doing very wonderful things, just like you do when you go to a charter school, which is sort of a hybrid between a public and private school, or a private school. And also, by the same token, not all the private schools in New Hampshire are perfect. Like I know of someone who sent their some of their children to a public school, some of them to a private school that was actually listed on the EFA vendors list, not near the top, farther down. I think she felt that the public school actually provided a better foundation for those kids than the ones who.
Representative Horgan, can you speak to the bill, please?
Yes, I'm just saying.
Specifically to the changes in this bill.
Oh, I think it's a very reasonable thing to expect a person to have experience in the public school system. That is the major part of the DOE's mission, although it does also oversee other forms of education. And even if we assume for the sake of argument that's correct, that the public school system is a total failure, you should at least want somebody who knows why it failed, which I don't agree that it's a total failure. And also, I think, and people criticize the incumbent. The incumbent was a very smart guy. He was asked to take the job and he got it. And I think he's doing the best he can, but I think that was not necessarily the best decision that was made by the current governor. But it isn't about him. It's about what goes on forward. And also, I think somewhat, if we have somebody who's really severely invested in somehow the idea the public school system has failed, that's not necessarily a good thing to have them in charge. It would be like, say, if we had somebody who's convinced that our highways are total failures, that they're falling down, and in fact they're in good condition. I drove up the entire length of the Edward Everett Turnpike, so if we had somebody who wanted to privatize the turnpike system as their cause, we wouldn't want them necessarily being in charge of the DOT if in fact, as anybody drives our turnpike system, and knows the turnpikes are not falling down, they're in good condition. And I think the same is true of the Commissioner of Education should be somebody who has at least a certain amount of confidence, understands that there's both good things and bad things going on in the public schools. So that's, I think it's a very reasonable, these are very low expectations for the Commissioner of Education. I'm sure any future governor will have no problem finding many people with all sorts of different viewpoints who meet those minimal requirements. So I urge you to pass the bill.
Are there any questions for Representative Horgan?
Sure, yes.
Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking this question. You made a comparison to the DOT, and we wouldn't want a DOT commissioner who wanted to privatize the roads. But given what we're seeing in this bill, are you suggesting that that part of the rationale for doing this, or that the effect of doing this, is to institute a permanent sort of political preference among this job to continue a certain policy?
Well, no, that wasn't my point. Although I guess I do believe that the policy that the public schools are a total failure and the entire education system should be privatized, I think that's simply not a correct view, and it's not practical to implement. So that's I may be exaggerating somewhat even what the current commissioner believes, but certainly I think the idea that we shouldn't have I think it's reasonable to expect the Department of Education to be headed by somebody who's at least spent a few years teaching in the public schools. Thank
you.
Thanks.
Further questions from the committee? Nancini, thank you very much. And we will close this hearing. We'll start the next hearing at 12:30 in this room. Well, good morning, afternoon to everybody, and welcome to the Education Committee. Obviously, this bill has attracted a lot of folks. We have folks in this room and 3 other rooms where it's all being streamed. So I hope everybody can hear me throughout the 4 rooms, including this one. 1610 is relative to standardized assessment data for participants in education freedom accounts. And we'll start it off here in a few moments, but I want to lay out some of the ground rules and how we're going to function here today. Due to the nature, the number of people that requested to speak, we're going to limit testimony to 2 minutes. 2 minutes per person, and we will then, aside from the person that presents, the presenter as policy in the Education Committee has the time needed to present and discuss the bill with the committee. From that point forward, including any representatives that come forward, it's only 2 minutes per person. So we try to be equal and fair to everybody. If you have written testimony, we ask that you not read it verbatim. Try to give us the high points on that testimony. So, and because we will get all the written copies that are presented to us. In fact, what I'm going to do is, rather than, you'll see us passing paperwork around here that comes in from people testifying, we're going to try and collect it at either end, and we'll crisscross it and then hand it out to the committee following this committee hearing. From all the days that I was teacher, principal, administrator in school districts, it's better that we give our attention to the audience, to the people testifying, rather than sit here and read while somebody else is trying to testify. I don't think that's polite. It's basically rude. So what we will do is we will stack all that information on either end, pass it out at the conclusion of the committee to all the people in the room. If something's already been said by another person, you can give your story, yes, but don't try to rehash the same thing over and over. From the looks of it, we have overflow to account for about 250 folks. If you multiply even just 200 times 2 minutes per person and divide it by 60 minutes per hour, you can see we're going to be here for over 6 hours. So with that, we got to be respectful of each other and try to move on. So with this, I'd like to go right ahead into the hearing today and welcome Representative Cascadden, who is the prime sponsor of the bill. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, Corrine Cascadden, representing COAS District 5, City of Berlin. And I'm here to present testimony on House Bill 1610. And I have to say, I commend all of those parents who choose whatever choice of education program they want. I have willingly taught in private schools and in public schools as well. So teaching and learning is really my forte, and I have a 45-year career in it. I feel bad a little bit because every time something comes up with Education Freedom Account, there is a defensive attitude that we are going to impact parent choice. And I want to be clear that parents have always had choice for education, and they should continue to always have choice. I don't think we should regulate a parent's choice on how or where to educate their kids. So the intent of this bill is to collaborate in a bipartisan way with committee Education Freedom Account advocates who have proposed the need to address proficiency levels in reading and math abilities for all students. Public information on student proficiency levels in reading and in math is available currently on the Department of Ed website in the link of data reports under iAchieve platform. However, students who don't attend public schools do not share academic proficiency levels. This bill is for only informing the New Hampshire public of proficiency levels in reading and math of students who are recipients of Education Freedom Accounts. This bill is not intended in any way, though it was not clarified in the original bill language, it is not intended to address proficiency of any homeschool students because they are not receiving public funds generated by property taxpayers. RSA 194F currently requires EFA recipients to submit evidence of learning. The EFA law states that, quote, all students renewing the EFA grant must provide a record of educational attainment, close quote. The state distributes money from the Education Trust Fund to parents and guardians via a digital wallet. And the required assessment standards or educational attainment are currently submitted to the Scholarship Fund. Thus, New Hampshire taxpayers who fund parents to choose how to educate have a right to know how students are performing in reading and math. We know through the use of the EFAs, some learn how to drive, some engage in various sports programs, some learn music and arts, but we really don't know what the academic proficiency levels are. Standardized tests have a critical role in education, and I don't advocate that every single student is going to respond to a standardized test. And there are always exceptions to the rule. There has to be. We're talking about kids, not things. And so they vary. While the National Assessment of Education Progress, which is known as NAEP, has been used in this committee before, is a reliable assessment, it is based on a representative sample of students, and schools must volunteer to participate, and the test is administered every 2 years in grades 4, 8, and 11. This assessment cannot be used to measure individual student growth or proficiency over time. This bill, 1610, does not change the EFA requirements. It is simply a housekeeping bill that directs the scholarship organization to submit proficiency levels of students to the Department of Ed to post in a public data report platform like iAchieve. I will have an amendment to add clarity and to not impact any provisions in the law for homeschool students. House Bill 610 will also satisfy one of the requirements from the Education Freedom Savings Account Oversight Committee, who recently submitted a report, public report dated November 30th, 2023. And the recommendation number 3 was identify current and future tools or metrics for student performance and accountability, including how the school and educational setting demonstrate accountability. So House Bill 1610 is in the best interest of students. It provides transparency to the public, and it provides accountability as requested by the Legislative Oversight Committee. And I have circulated, and I'll leave my extras on the table there, just to show you an example of what the Department of Ed has, and I have had conversation with Caitlin Davis about this. When they report their achievement scores of all the schools in the state, there is a cover page that talks about the number of students who have taken the assessment. And you all know that there's an opt-out option, and there are also accommodations available. But it just identifies that there was a total of 167,358 students in New Hampshire who took the statewide assessment. And I'm not sitting here to say every student should take the statewide assessment, because it's not the only measure. So you can see the number of students across the state. When you look at the backside, is also a tab called Proficiency and Growth. And I wanted to draw your attention to that because it's growth over time. And that's what teaching and learning is planned from. And you can look at, in the most current data, what the pre-pandemic and the post-pandemic achievement is. And certainly if you look at ELA grades 3 to 8 and 11, you can see that pre-pandemic achievement levels have not been attained yet. But if you look at the achievement data from the COVID period of 2020, and 3 years beyond that, you can see that there is steady growth at all grade levels. And it would seem to me that it would be pretty easy to be able to just add either a page or a category that identifies X amount of students receiving EFAs at a certain grade level, or it may be age level, because we don't know what kind of learning platform, and they may not all be following a traditional grade level. But it's to make sure that we know, are kids learning how to read, and are they learning math facts and what's important in math. So that's what the bill is about, and it did not initially bring that forth. the bill really had identified a different RSA, but it really is specific to 194, which is the Education Freedom Account sections. And that's it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative Cascade. Are there any questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Lekes.
I noticed that you haven't changed the part that says, unless each student is all public school students in the designated grade shall participate in the assessment, unless such student is exempted from taking the test by his or her parent. And currently, the EFA students have 3 ways of evaluating students, and this would be one of the ways they would have.
Correct.
So by not choosing this way, but by choosing a different way, aren't they in effect exempting them from this? I mean, do you want a piece of paper from the parent that says, I'm exempting my kid and therefore I'm choosing this method instead of that method? Because that's all that would happen.
I don't administer this program, sorry.
Is there a copy of the amendment?
No, the amendments have been held.
Pardon me?
No, I don't have an amendment at this time.
Okay. Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Actually, I have 2, but they're linked, but I'll ask for a follow-up in between. So let's say that, I mean, obviously that the point is of administering these standardized tests, I think is generally thought of as improving things over time. But let's say we have administer these these tests to homeschool students, and we find some deficiencies. What are you proposing that the state does about that?
First of all, I'm not concerned about the progress of a homeschool student. I'm concerned about the progress of students who are recipients of public dollars.
Go ahead, follow up.
So, same question, except recipients of EFA funds that are homeschooling their children.
I'm not getting into the weeds of who's homeschooling, who's not. I'm very concerned about my tax dollars and where they go and the accountability for it.
And if I may, just one follow-up on that. So regarding the very many government-run or public schools that have demonstrated low test scores, failing level test scores in some cases on these standardized tests, we've heard many times in this committee from many members of this committee that the schools are fine, but the tests are not properly measuring performance. So are we now assuming, based on what we're seeing in front of us, that these tests are good and they are properly measuring performance?
I can only speak to the public document on the Department of Ed website. I don't know about other standardized tests that are being used because there's a number of them. And certainly to be able to upload, say, a common measure. Nobody needs to know whether somebody's taken one test or another, but to upload a common measure to a certain group, there is analytic software that would convert that to one measure, whether it's a percentile measure or any type of range of proficiency level.
Just for clarification purposes for everybody in the rooms, we have compulsory attendance laws in the state, and there's 4 categories within where you can accomplish compulsory attendance or meet it. 1 is you're in a public school. 2, you're in a private school. 3, you're a homeschooler. And 4th, the education freedom accounts. They are separate items, each one of them, separate systems for meeting compulsory attendance in this state. So that's for clarification purposes.
Thank you. Yeah.
Further questions, Representative Cascade and Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. Just wondering if you were aware, it's been brought up several times about EFAs being used, using public dollars to purchase education options. But are you aware that the Supreme Court on a number of occasions, including Zellman versus Simmons-Harris, had said that once those public dollars are put into an account for the parent, they are exercising private choice. They are no longer using public funds at that point. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of it, no. And I'm looking out for what's best for kids.
Further questions? Thank you very much. no more further questions from the committee for you,
Great,
Representative
thank you.
Cascaden. The way we handle these committee hearings is that we try to get the representatives that are wanting to testify out of the room so they can get back to a room where they're breaking away from where they need to be working there. And so I do have 3 cards from representatives here. I'm going to go through those 3 representatives. Then what I will be doing is starting to call, as the stack comes up here, the folks to testify from the general public, and I will call them up and I'll have a name for somebody on deck and a little bit of baseball for those that are in the hole, so that you have time to get ready to come down the hallway if you're not in this room to testify. So I'd like to call forward Representative Janine Nodder right now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, committee.
Yeah, and by the way, it's 2 minutes for everybody there.
I'll be less than a minute because.
I saw 30 seconds, so that's
Yes.
great.
All right, ready?
Go.
For the record, I represent the town of Merrimack, Hillsborough 12, and I'm the House Majority Whip. I just wanted to go on record to publicly oppose this bill. I'm going to leave you with one quote from the 1925 case, Pierce versus the Society of Sisters. The child is not the mere creature of the state. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the representative? Now, this is another point of order in this room. There is no clapping allowed in this hearing room, period. If I have it happen, I'll eject the individuals doing it.
Mr. Chairman, just for the record, that was 20 seconds.
Thank you very much. Representative Erica Leon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Erica Leon. I represent the town of Derry. My first year of my first term, I sat on this committee. I was involved in the bill drafting the EFA program, and I did the most recent update of the homeschool laws. The original concern seems to be that there needs to be a record keeping for the EFA program. Anybody who takes a test reports it to the EFA program, and that goes up. What this bill does is it goes into the statewide testing that regards public schools that is intended to allow informed decisions that can be made concerning curriculum, in-service education, instructional improvement, teacher training, resource allocation, and staffing within our local public districts. Adding this into the statute is inappropriate and non-germane to any private school or home educated students, because this does not deal with home educated students, EFA students, or private schools. This section is about public schools. Adding this language in is completely counterproductive to the choices that are allowed within the state. Quite frankly, this language does not work. It creates mandates that are not included in the statutes that oversee home education, EFAs, or private schools. If you wanted to do this and include this incorporation into all those different programs, it would have to be drafted in an entirely different way. However, I would like you to take a look, and anybody who's interested in the EFA performance to look at the actual data that's reported out of that. Because it's a new program, it's been a process in order to have those in and have those reports. However, they seem to be doing just as good a job reporting that out as any of our local districts. So with that, I am strongly opposed to this. All of these rooms and overflows show you what happens when you threaten the rights of parents to educate their children, especially those who don't take state funds. And I'd be happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions of Representative Leon? Yes, Representative Tanner.
Thank you. Thank you, and thank you for coming to testify today. Representative Chairman Ladd said that there's 4 parts of compulsory education: public school, private school, homeschool, and EFA. Does homeschool break down into 2 groups? One that is an EFA homeschool group and that therefore would have a unique pupil identifier versus homeschoolers that don't accept any money from the state?
Well, thank you for that question. Legally, if you take EFA funds, it doesn't matter where you go to school, whether it's a private school or if it's an a la carte education that you're having at home. You are legally an EFA student under, I think it's 193F. It's an entirely different statute than 193A, which regulates home educated students. Those are students who do not have a SACID. They notify their agency, and their parents are responsible for their education and their curriculum. In order to show that be able to show that they are having progress, they have to either take a statewide test, take a standardized test. It can be, you can use the old California 90s ones that worked for my husband and I and that we use with our kids because we understand what those measure. Or you can have a portfolio review. You also retain a portfolio of your work and your reading list. So there already are good guarantees for those who are trying to look over a parent's shoulder in the case of an educational neglect, but those are not reported up to the state. It would be a wholesale change in order to require homeschool students to go take the same standardized test in a public school, and it's a massive unfunded mandate. If you would have to have those kids come into the school and take the test at the local public school, that would be a tremendous cost to our local districts. And right now we're trying to make sure that everything can be provided appropriately.
Yes, go ahead, Representative Tanner.
So I want to understand that you can homeschool and take an EFA, or you can homeschool and not take an EFA. Is that correct?
No, you're not homeschooling if you take it's not legally considered homeschooling if you take an EFA.
I'll clarify that for everybody here. If you're a homeschool student and you choose to take an EFA, you are now an EFA student, not a homeschool student in conjunction with compulsory attendance. Further questions, Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here to take my question. We've had a lot of sort of back and forth, and I think it's been a little confusing about what is an EFA versus what is homeschooling. But the way I'm looking at this, and correct me if I'm wrong to see if you read this the same way, one of the first changes, it says this applies to all learning environments. And then lower in the bill, it says home educated students shall contact their local districts to participate in the statewide assessment. So isn't this really just neither here nor there? This is about all homeschool students?
Thank you for that question. It actually goes beyond just all students who learn at home, whether they're a 193A homeschooler or somebody who takes an EFA. This also goes to private school students. Quite frankly, if you look at this, it would also include anybody in the Department of Corrections. I'm not sure if those are already included in those. It also does not allow the freedom to opt out that's provided to students in our local public schools. So, quite frankly, not only is it poorly drafted, it includes unfunded mandate onto our local districts. It's also discriminatory because it doesn't provide the same accommodations as we have to our students in our public schools.
Further questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative John Sellers? Here. Yes.
By the way, no protocol usually has the sponsor waiting to come back. Since you have such a long period of time for testimony, would you allow the sponsor to come back and sit down, please?
Oh, Representative Cascaden can come back. She just can't ask questions.
Oh, she wouldn't.
Yeah. Are you speaking for her? No, sir. That's a wise decision. Representative Sellers, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, committee. Representative Sellers, Grafton, District 18. I represented the 10 southern towns of Grafton, about 17,000 residents. I just wanted, when I started looking at this bill, I just started picking it apart, and I'm saying, as one of the representatives just pointed out here, it says all learning environments. When you use that word all, now it gets very, where do we go? Do we go to court? Does the school district say, well, it says all learning environments, so it says all, doesn't say some, it says all. The other thing that I noticed in pointing out here on line 5, it says in mathematics at minimum. So the word at minimum, or at minimum there is, my point is, so do they have to do English, reading, mathematics? Now this district says, oh, well, we want you to test in science. We want you to test now in history as well. Again, it's just saying at minimum. So, who makes that decision at minimum? And again, it was pointed out here, it does say, which I've learned actually today, thank you for helping explain this, it does say home educated students. And I didn't realize EFAs were different than home educated, so that's interesting. And I'd have to look up and read up on that myself to see what that now is. But again, as the representative before me said, there's no opt-out, and it says these students shall. That means they have to. There is no opt-out. Our public school has opt-out. but these kids don't have opt-out. Same thing with the private schools. It says shall. All right, no ifs, ands, or buts, they shall. There's no opt-out situation for them as well. The other couple things I were thinking about here, and I'm saying just to keep everybody in mind, our public schools, they're failing. I mean, about 50% of the kids are failing. When you take these tests and you look at them, you go on the DOE report website and you can see they show you the scores for English, math, and science, and almost 50% are failing. If you're not in level 3 or 4, you're failing. All right.
2 minutes is up. 2 minutes.
All right. Thank you. Any questions?
Are there any questions of Representative Sellers? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, at this point in time, I'm going to start down into this pile here. And so I'll call Michelle Lavelle, and on deck, it's Abigail Belmore and Aubrey Freeman in the hole. Michelle, welcome.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be back. In the interest of time, I'll only read some excerpts. I have one copy for the records, and I'll email you the rest of my testimony. For the record, my name is Michelle Lavelle, and I'm the director of Granite State Home Educators, an all-volunteer nonprofit with over 16,000 members across the state. I've been involved in broad education choice and alternative initiatives for nearly 20 years. There is no compelling reason for this bill. I remind the committee that just 2 years ago, HB 1663 passed this committee with a 19-1 ought to pass vote. Among other things, HB 1663 created a more level playing field for home educated children regardless of assessments. The home ed statute, RSA 193A, now says that independent homeschool children must do an annual assessment and show, quote, progress commensurate with age, ability, and or disability. What has changed to mandate these children now take the same statewide assessment that is administered in their local public schools? I understand an amendment may be offered to remove independent homeschoolers from this heavy-handed bill. I would support such an amendment. However, until it is introduced, I cannot make specific comments to it. I caution the committee that on any amendment that requires participation in the statewide assessment, however, many public schools teachers abhor high-stakes tests because they are not good reflections of achievement and take away valuable learning time. Even the National Education Association stated that public education should, quote, think beyond the bubble, end quote, regarding standardized testing. Some states, including Florida, Georgia, and New York, in bipartisan efforts, are rethinking their standardized testing and graduation requirements. Children are more than test scores, and there are other ways to have accountability of government-funded education. In 2 days, the committee will exec on HB 1610. Remember the faces you see in the audience today, and remember the compelling stories you're told. Please vote this bill, ITL.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Not seeing anything. Yes, Representative Cornell.
Thank you. And thank you. We haven't seen you in ages, so it's nice to see you. And I can't remember from HB 1663, you said that a report had to be made, and I can't remember who that goes to or what it is. Because in the old days, I remember as a guidance counselor, a portfolio review or whatever, and I know that's changed, and I can't remember what happens now.
Sure. So in current statute, it's RSA 193A. I believe it's subsection 5. Please correct me if I'm wrong. It's either 5 or 6. I think 6. It asks all independent, unfunded homeschoolers to still keep a portfolio that includes a reading list and work samples of whatever their child has been doing. That is their private property. It's retained by the family. They also must do some sort of annual assessment. And there are 3 broad choices at the parent's discretion. It can be a standardized test, it can be a portfolio review by a teacher, or something else that shows, quote, progress commensurate with age, ability, and or disability. All of that is retained by the family and part of their child's records. So should they enroll in something in their school and need to show what their child has done to qualify for a placement, that is part of their records that they could do. They could do that when they apply for dual enrollment or any other program, or any other thing that that child moves on to do. It becomes essentially the material for a transcript, but it is accountability to the parents because they are the ones paying for it, not the state. So it is the parents' records should there ever be need for that information.
Yes.
So these are the independent homeschool students that do not receive any money through EFAs or anything else?
Correct.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So Abigail Belmore, followed by Aubrey Friedman, and then Karen Toll. Thank you. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you. Abigail Belmore from Chester, New Hampshire. I run homeschooling in Chester, New Hampshire. I'm also a volunteer with Granite State Home Educators with Michelle. I'm actually here to be a voice for the children. I've been asking for the last few weeks what their thoughts are on this for homeschoolers that are unfunded. Huge words from them. They're big mad, just to let you know. They're angry. Their anxiety at having to be in an unknown area to be performing a test. They're being forced to take a test that they are unknown to taking when they're used to like a portfolio. They're not learning to test. They're learning for life skills. They're learning for life. They don't stop at 18. They're being taught to continue their education. They're mad. They're upset. They're scared about taking a test in school, being supervised by an untrusted, unknown person or persons, being in a room with kids that they don't know, having the anxiety of doing so. Sad that my parents are being asked to take me somewhere I've never been. Not right. Will not answer the test. Mean. Why? Not cool. No fun. Not fair. I test every year or I get a portfolio every year. Why should I have to go sit in a public school? Didn't the government have anything else to do than bother us? Some kids are asking, I don't want to go in an unfamiliar. Strange projectors. Nervous, uncomfortable, unfamiliar. Others are, I'd like privacy. I don't test well. I need to be able to take my time. I have disabilities. Learning is hard for me. Why should I be tested? An old ex-homeschool person, he's now a teacher. He goes, this is a violation of my rights. I wouldn't have taken it. Spoke to my son. He has issues with state-tested time tests. We use the California state test or have a qualified teacher review our portfolio. Why should I have to sit? Time pressures. This is a reward for the school, not for me. Undermines and minimizes every single reason we choose to homeschool. These are from children, mind you, not the adults. They said, we use different programs than what the school uses. We don't use Common Core standards.
Time's up.
Thank you. Any questions?
If you have written testimony there.
This is yours.
Great, thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I was just curious, after hearing the prime sponsor introduce the bill, do you feel comfortable or that it does not include homeschoolers?
Well, as of right now, as it's written, it states that homeschoolers, whether we take any type of funding, unfunded or funded, that we are being required to participate in our public schools.
Okay, follow up?
Yes.
So do you, if it were, I guess, do you believe that the amendment would come across that the homeschoolers, well, let me rephrase that. Do you believe that the prime sponsor her intent was not to include the homeschoolers?
No, not as written.
Not as written, but she testified that. Okay, thank you.
On the same path, do you believe that private schools should be required, as it stays on the next line down from the lines 15 and 16 to 16 and 17, they're required to participate?
Do they take state funding?
Should Holderness do it? Kimball Union do it?
Do they take state funding? Do they take our tax money?
I think you've answered my question.
Yep.
Representative Luno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just following on that, what if this testing requirement, either being a statewide test or a national norm referenced test, were to apply to students, basically EFA students?
They take state funding, right?
Correct.
They're using state tax dollars to fund their program because they choose not to pull it out of their own pockets or give up something that they don't want. Then they are under the government standards. Why not? They're taking funds from the taxpayers or any program that it is set aside for. I'm technically putting tax money in. It's funding that somehow. They need to have accountability, of course, because it's got down to the bottom of accounting the lines that you need to know where the money's going. Why not make sure that that child is actually being tested appropriately for that program that they're using? I personally have chosen not to choose to have my children in a public setting in any form, in any time of their education, and I choose to test them or have them reviewed as I see fit. I don't have to have a review in terms of from the educational board unless you guys ask me if I'm following my letter of the law. Yeah, I'll show you my totes. Have fun.
Great, thank you.
Representative, do you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Just along that same line, although homeschoolers that take EFAs are called EFA
Correct.
students, they're still kind of doing the same program. And I'm wondering if the assessment that's available in the Education Freedom Account statute, that's not an assessment test but a portfolio, would then meet your requirements.
Sure, if that's stated in the law for their EFA, for being part of that program, yes, that would qualify.
All right. Would you mind if they were required to take assessments only? Would that bother you?
No.
Thank you.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. Along the same lines of reasoning, if this mandated that all students were to take this test, would you say that less students would choose to, in addition, do a portfolio and achieve the amazing things that they make in the portfolio? Would there be less portfolios?
As an unfunded homeschooler, I'm required to keep a portfolio regardless if I use a standardized test or not.
Okay.
And the same goes, I'm assuming, for the EFA loan, they are required to keep a portfolio also, correct?
Yeah, so a follow-up, you'd have to report twice, one for the test and one for the portfolio. It seems to be twice as much. Am I correct?
I believe the EFA loan that they are required to put their testing portfolio, whatever it is that's required of them, towards whatever board is in charge of that. Whereas me, I'm not required to show anyone unless somebody is in doubt that I am educating my children correctly.
That clarifies a lot. Thank you.
Yes.
Further questions? Thank you very much. Aubrey Freeman, followed by Karen Toll, then Amanda Whedon.
Mr. Chair,
Again,
committee.
afternoon again.
Yeah, okay. Aubrey Friedman, Bridgewater, speak in opposition to this bill. Okay, if, as far as homeschoolers, there should be no question. They are doing all the job themselves, incurring the expense, not being able to work a full-time job, whatever it might be. So, and actually paying for other kids' education too. So there should be absolutely no testing requirement on them. And there already is that evaluation, 193A6 Part 2, has been mentioned already. So, okay, about this whole testing fancy scheme, as was mentioned by Representative Belcher, even if you had it, even just the EFA students alone, the ones who take the state money, leave alone the homeschoolers, what is it actually going to accomplish? I mean, we see how the government schools do. You can pull up any school district or individual school and see the results. Yeah, it's transparent. The results have been lousy for years, before COVID, after COVID. What does it actually accomplish? Now, $2.5 million of taxpayer dollars, this would be an ongoing thing to institute this whole testing scheme that would apply. That's per the fiscal note to all the EFA and I guess everybody. It says all learning environments. What would be accomplished by it, to be honest? I just don't see the advantage. And then just the fact that it's also a privacy issue too. Let's see, it's Part 1, Article 2B, the New Hampshire Constitution, a right to privacy from government intrusion. You'd have to have a state assigned ID. That's like a registry, basically. And a government registry, what could possibly go wrong with that? So I definitely have problems with that. It's a big privacy issue. And that's basically it. I don't think this bill would actually accomplish anything.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Tanner.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. Do you realize that if they take an EFA, they have to have a unique pupil identifier, a SASA, with the Department of Education, with the government?
Well, I guess if you take state money, then you're giving up a little bit of privacy, so I can kind of understand that. But that shouldn't apply to the homeschoolers. They should not have to. Who don't take school, if you take the money, you give up a little bit of privacy. I think that's just part of the game. I accept that.
Further questions from the committee? Not seeing it. Thank you very much. Karen Toll, Amanda Whedon, and then Laura Gogren. Also, if Jennifer Ford can hear me, if there's any mothers or fathers out there with a young child they're holding, let's get those names so they can get out of here if they need to get home and get kids to their afternoon nap. We have one in this room right there. I can see to my right. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd, honorable representatives. My name is Karen Toll. I'm a resident of Merrimack, New Hampshire. I'm a 24-year homeschooler. I probably look it. And I'm also in leadership for Granite State Home Educators. But today I wanted to talk to you not as a member of leadership, but just as a taxpayer. I'm really concerned about the fiscal impact of this bill. Representative Cascadden, I really understand what you're trying to do with accountability, and I do appreciate that. But I don't think this is the way. We're adding millions of dollars to a program that is already costing me tens of millions, and with our recent expansion, hundreds of millions potentially. We're disrupting our public schools if we bring people in to test. We know that our children are struggling already in public schools. Imagine the chaos when you haul in the thousands of home educators, VLAC students, private school students, and EFA students into a local district who has to accommodate them and then administer the tests. And then finally, I'm sure you've heard it's stressful for anyone who's not already in the system. Further, if you ask any public school teacher, what benefit are we really getting out of these tests? Are we serving our students? But I want to talk as a taxpayer about accountability, because if you're spending my dollars on it, I agree with you. They owe us some accountability. I don't think that we need a separate piece of legislation for this. I think that we can accomplish it right within 194F, the EFA law. Already, they are required to either have a nationally standardized norm reference test, or take the statewide student assessment, or complete a portfolio. So would it be possible to amend 194F to make, for example, if you really want state testing for EFAs, you could do it right within 194. Second, we can change how we're operating the EFA. Right now, they do have the opportunity to submit assessment tests. However, my understanding is it's just a dialogue box on a form. No one ever looks at the actual results, and we're doing it on the honor system. So just by submitting the actual report, the committee may feel more comfortable with the accountability of that student.
Your time is up.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for coming. Are there questions from the committee? Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Amanda Whedon, Laura Gogren, and Sarah Zook.
Good afternoon. My name is Amanda Whedon, and I'm a veteran homeschool mom from Rochester, New Hampshire. I'm a longtime leader in Granite State Home Educators and Christian Home Educators of New Hampshire and Southern Maine. I'm also a special needs homeschooling advocate in New Hampshire. I've served on HEAC, the Homeschool Home Education Advisory Council, as co-chair, and I am an unfunded, traditional RSA 193 home educator. To be clear, none of my children are or will ever be in any other educational pathway, those available in New Hampshire. Those of us who want nothing to do with government money and the strong push for extreme, unnecessary oversight have now been forced to come up with terms like unfunded, traditional RSA 193A homeschoolers, because the EFA educational pathway, legislators, and organizations don't understand the difference. To be honest, I don't want to be here right now. Poorly written legislation started this mess, and by the looks of it, it's going to continue ad nauseum. In other attempts to regulate the EFA program, I've been silent because, frankly, who can keep up? Not me. Home educators who understand the implications of the EFA program on our freedom in New Hampshire were pushed out of the conversation from the beginning. And the bill that was literally ransomed in the budget bill was sloppy. That bill was sloppy. This bill is also sloppy. It's interesting to me that an entire side of the aisle, where I usually land myself, has hitched its wagon to a program that's not transparent, with proponents who benefit immensely, either financially or politically. The pattern in other states that we're seeing, it's the same trend in the legislatures that have these types of programs, and people are starting to wake up to the long-term implications that they will produce. So I could go on about how disastrous the EFA bill has been for home education in New Hampshire, but my needing to be here right now is proof positive. I want legislators to do better. I want our representatives to consult stakeholders who do not benefit financially or politically from outcomes.
Your time is up. Now, do you have written testimony there for us?
I do.
That you could share with the committee?
Absolutely.
If you could drop it off with Representative Belcher over there, then it'll be passed around to the chair, or the clerk. Any questions from the committee? Thank you very much. Laura Gogren? Then Sarah Zook, and then Karina Reutman.
Good afternoon. My name is Laura Gochren. I am a unfunded homeschooling parent living in Tufton Borough. I come here today to oppose House Bill 1610. I should also note that I am currently a certified teacher. I hold a certification in the state of Connecticut, and I have 10 years of teaching experience. Even as a public school teacher, I was not in favor of standardized assessments. And now as a homeschooling mother, absolutely I am not. Standardized assessments don't give you a proper depiction of what a child knows and what that child's individual strengths are. As a homeschooling parent, I document my daughter's growth through a portfolio that shows her individual growth, it shows her strengths. And there is so much more that we do in homeschooling beyond reading and math. I don't want to be, I'm unfunded, so I'm going to speak for my EFA counterparts, and I support them in not having to do standardized tests either, because we choose to teach our children at home because we don't want to give them a standardized assessment. I've seen what that leads to. I'm not interested in it. That's all I have for today.
Thank you very much. Are there comments or questions from the committee? Thank you very much. Next person is Sarah Zook and Corinna Reutman, and then Larkin Sanford.
I'm Sarah Zoick. I live in Salisbury, New Hampshire, and I'm a 193A homeschooling mother of 4. I'm here to vehemently oppose this bill. My husband Marcus and I knew we would be homeschoolers before the birth of our first child. We decided this because we knew that no stranger could ever possibly be as invested in our children, in the future of our family, as we are. As parents, we know that no stranger could ever possibly understand our children, their learning styles, or their individual needs better than we do. As homeschoolers, we enjoy the freedom to create a curriculum that reflects our family's values and to cherry pick all materials and any instructors from outside our family who best support our goals. Since our children possess strong vocabularies, we chose a phonics-based reading program. Because they see both of their parents working around their house, we chose a self-paced math program based on conceptual intuition built from practical examples. We are a Jewish family. A portion of our curriculum is dedicated to Jewish studies. We carefully selected a Jewish studies instructor with children in the same age bracket who we felt would be best suited to approach cultural, historical, and theological subject matter in a manner which best suits us. My point is that time and effort go into building both a curriculum and outsourcing assistance as needed. No two homeschooling families are precisely the same, just as no two students are precisely the same. Homeschoolers as a whole do share one important quality with the private and parochial school students who would also be affected by this bill. Regardless of the philosophy that motivates them or the pedagogical approaches they employ across all categories of students in all types of learning environments, the families this bill wishes to scrutinize perform better than the public school students
Your time is up.
it ignores. Okay.
Thank you very much, Sarah.
Where do I?
Pardon me? Yep, right over there. Any questions from the committee? Thank you again. Corinna Reutman, Larkin Sanford, then Lisa Cody.
Lisa had to leave.
Lisa's not here, okay. Then Jacqueline Garcia. Well, that's a young one.
Not quite homeschooled yet, but, you know.
Well, everything you need to know is learned in kindergarten. You're getting pretty close.
Learning to roll over so far.
Yeah.
So that's our lesson at the moment, yeah. My name is Karina Reutman, and I live in Bradford, New Hampshire. And I homeschool my children without any state funding. I want to say that to me, this bill is basically a bureaucratic intrusion into something that we homeschoolers are already doing. It seems we've met many people, I think all homeschooling families have met many people who seem to have some sort of grudge against homeschooling for some reason. And I think they try to make it go away in some way or make it look as much as possible as public schools. And this bill would basically be doing one more step in that direction, created this sort of rigid and state-directed uniformity as opposed to the choice that we homeschooling families appreciate so much and the reason that we do this. I have 2 older children besides this one who I'm homeschooling. I have been a teacher for over 20 years. I have a master's degree in physics, and moreover, I am the mother of my children. So I think I know best what they need and how to evaluate what they are learning. This bill would basically put that decision in the hands of a bunch of bureaucrats. I don't see how that would be beneficial for anyone. I have also taught in schools, and like others I have already said, even school teachers think standardized tests are terrible. And they are useless, moreover, because children's knowledge is not really represented in the results of these tests. So I'm not sure why we would want to include even more children in something that is already useless. The way to educational success is most likely not through even more regulation. If regulation was the answer, public schools would be doing amazing, and they're not. So I think I want to urge you to deem this bill inexpedient to legislate. It's adding absolutely nothing and creating more complications in something that already has a solution, because we are already required to evaluate our children.
Thank you very much for coming today from your very, very busy schedule. Any questions from the committee? Not seeing you. Thank you very much. Larkin Sanford, Jacqueline Garcia, and then Virginia Avery. Good afternoon.
Hi. I had to cut this down in 2 minutes, so please bear with me. Hello, my name is Larkin Sanford of Goffstown, New Hampshire, and I'm an EFA student. The EFAs have added to our education with more learning opportunities and experiences for my siblings and I. For the past few years, we've been going to a learning co-op once a week. I've taken public speaking there, which I'm putting into practice right now, and I'm currently taking a class called Seminar Topics, which covers a variety of subjects and through which we can explore possible career paths. One of the topics we covered was on aviation, and I'm now considering getting my pilot's license in a few years. A pilot volunteered some time with me as a result, and I discovered a love for flying. My point in all of this is not only to share some of the opportunities we've had with the EFA program, but to show you that there is so much learning to be done outside of a public school setting. We don't follow the exact timeline or the same curriculum as a public school student does. My brothers and I take math and language arts lessons, as well as the other required EFA school subjects, with online and book resources, and we do quizzes and tests for these subjects. As an EFA family, we also already take approved standardized tests and submit those through the CSF program at the end of the year. To add the NH state assessments on top of all this would be redundant and a waste of taxpayers' money. You shouldn't lump all the educational pathways under this bill. Over the years, our family has been part of public school, a traditional home education, and now the EFA program, and we know they are all covered under their own rules and regulations with the state. This is how it should remain. This past year, I've also developed an interest in politics, and I've been given opportunities to go to events like the First in the Nation Leadership Summit, meet presidential candidates face-to-face, and have signed waived for several state and local elections. I couldn't do these things without the freedom and flexibility we have now. In conclusion, I told my mom that when I am old enough, I might run for state rep so that I can continue to protect educational freedoms and school choice in our live free or die state of New Hampshire. Please vote against HB 1610. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Want to run for governor? Are there any questions from the committee?
I would just ask your age.
14.
Great. And I think there's a state rep from Goffstown here, so she's heard the warning.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes. Jacqueline Garcia, Virginia Avery, and Marion Freeman. Oh,
Yep.
Yep.
Good afternoon. My name is Jacqueline Garcia. We are a non-funded homeschool family from Meredith, New Hampshire. I am here today to ask you to oppose HB 1610. This bill is too broad and infringes on our rights as homeschoolers in New Hampshire. The wording of this bill is not specific to allowing home-educated students to be opted out by their parents, yet clearly gives that option to public school students. Per RSA 193A6, we are already required by law as homeschoolers to do a yearly assessment. And so requiring us to participate in a statewide assessment is redundant and unnecessary. Home education is the responsibility of the parents, not the government and public officials. This bill would make New Hampshire the highest regulated state for homeschooling. Homeschool freedom in New Hampshire is a major reason so very many families, including my own, have relocated to this beautiful state. And according to RSA 193A6, our assessment results are private, and this bill would violate that right. So I'm asking you today to please oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Virginia Avery, Marion Freeman, and Louise Martell.
Hello, my name is Virginia Avery, and I'm from Deerfield. I'm a New Hampshire certified educator who has 15 years of experience teaching in both public and private schools. I am currently a parent and a home educator to my 3 children, as well as a homeschool portfolio evaluator. I am speaking in opposition to HB 1610. One of the biggest things that I want to point out is that current parents of public school children have the option of exempting their students from this testing. And if this bill were to pass, home education parents would not be given the same opportunity. And I believe that there is no reason that any student choosing an educational pathway outside of the public school system should have more restrictive regulations than traditional students. Currently, homeschool families have the ability to contact their school to take these state testing. So if they feel that participating in this test would better inform their instruction, they can contact their school to do so. It would not be beneficial to mandate this. It would also be illogical to burden the public school with such an outrageous task, when their time and resources would be best used to serve the current student population. The bill is requiring all students to enter the public school to take this assessment. And I want you to take a moment to think about what that would actually look like. Students who have never set foot in a public school before, special education students, students with anxiety, sensory processing disorder, autism, behavior challenges, just to list a few. The needs of these students cannot be recognized by the public school since they're ineligible for an IEP unless they are fully enrolled. They will now be required to take a test with 0 supports or accommodations. I want to paint a picture of what that would look like for one of my daughters. In her home education, she receives specialized curriculum and instruction tailoring to her individual needs, some of which include speech, OT, working with a child psychologist focusing on her anxiety. If she were required to take this test, you could expect there to be crying, screaming, kicking, flipping of chairs, attempts to escape the room, and likely refusal to enter the building to begin with. And so I'd like to just end by saying, how could this mandated test be in the best interest of these children's well-being and educational progress? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Damon.
Thank you. Thank you for being here and taking my question. Could you just inform us a bit more? You commented about being a portfolio evaluator. Can you tell us how that works?
Yes. So one of the choices for the RSA 193A homeschoolers is they could get their portfolio evaluated by a licensed teacher. So I meet with parents, we discuss goals, we review their work samples, and through their work samples, they need to provide evidence that they're showing progress commensurate with age and ability. And through this meeting and I look through their work samples, and then I will confirm with my credentials that they have indeed met the requirements and have shown progress over their year's work.
Thank you. I got a question for you too. Yes. As a person that's taught before in the public schools, I would assume it was public versus private, either one.
Yeah.
Do you believe that the statewide assessment, as we give in this state, will be aligned with your homeschooling program and the objectives and outcomes you expect at home?
I do not agree. As a homeschooler, we are not obligated by law to follow the same guidelines and the same standards that the schools use. Parents have autonomy to decide what standards and what guidelines they would like to follow and what curriculum. And so the odds of it aligning with what public schools are doing are slim. While there might be some that may align, there are many that I believe will not.
Thank you very much. Further questions from the committee? Thank you.
Thank you.
Marion Freeman? And Louise Markel and Kristen Levante. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Marion Freeman from Sutton, New Hampshire. I'm a traditional unfunded home education parent under RSA 193A, and I would ask you to oppose this bill. I'm going to give you an example of something that happened while my son was in public school and took part in an assessment that was computer generated. My understanding is that in order for tests to have true value, the students need to have been taught the material. The questions need to reflect that material appropriately, and the student needs to sit for the test in an authentic manner. In other words, try their best. So my son took a math assessment and was so stressed out that he almost shut down. At one moment, he decided to follow something he had heard his mother say once, which was, when I was in college, if we didn't know the answer, we usually picked C, and it worked out okay. And I didn't know that he had done this. When I got his math results, he scored average ability in math for grade 7, which, from what I knew of him, I thought was a reasonable assessment. Then I got the information from the math teacher that told me which areas he needed to work on in his weaknesses. They made no sense to me because I knew everything that he knew. So I went to him and said, can you tell me what happened that day during the testing? Because we were new to New Hampshire and new to the school district and everything was new. He explained to me that he was stressed. He didn't know what to do. He was afraid he wasn't going to have time to complete. And so he picked this nugget out of his memory and, generally speaking, picked C for the rest of the test. He finished the test in record time because he didn't really take time to review the questions. And the teachers and the guidance counselors didn't note that he had finished the test in about 15 minutes.
Unfortunately, your time is up.
So all I want to say is these results from any of these assessments are not helpful to the students. And they're a colossal waste of time and money. And I don't support it. And I ask you to also not vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Thank you. Louise Markle and Kristen Labonte, and then Joel Green, I guess.
Good afternoon. My name is Louise Martel, and I'm a voting resident of Berlin. Hi. I oppose HB 1610. All of the reasons that I've got written down have already been mentioned. I will leave these 2 copies with you. This is an RSA 194F issue, and that should be addressed there. It doesn't really need to be touching homeschool families. And I thank you for this opportunity to bring my family to yet another to speak to you about this. It's a learning experience. My kids got all dressed up. My son wore his New Hampshire tie. We're good. Please.
I'm glad you're enjoying it.
Inexpedient to legislate.
All the way down from Berlin. I used to live in Rumford.
Oh,
yeah. On the other
That's not
side.
far.
Yeah.
Good to meet you in that area.
Okay.
Can I use you? Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, Joel, then Kristen Labonte, and then Matt Southerton. Yep.
They flipped our names. But either way, it doesn't matter.
I thought it was in the hole. I didn't know it was on.
Well,
I thought I was on deck.
oh, so who's
I'm
on deck?
Kristen Labonte.
You're in the hole.
Very good. Great.
That's right. Ted Williams days.
Hello, my name is Kristen Labonte from Berlin, New Hampshire. I have 4 children that are currently using the EFA accounts to homeschool. I am here to oppose HB 1610. Homeschooling was never the plan until my son entered Berlin Public School and had a very rough kindergarten year. He knew 3 months of the curriculum after 9 months, and Berlin wanted to move him to 1st grade. That's when we pulled him from public school. We have 2 more kids and then come to child number 4. He was placed with us at 8 months of age in foster care, and we adopted him when he was 3. Between trauma and medical diagnosis, multiple doctors recommended public school for the services and consistent environment. We debated and ultimately decided to do half days at Berlin and half days EFA student home with me. Since even after preschool at Mini Mounties 2 days a week, he would come home and violently rock on our couch trying to regulate. He was considered a level 5 for special education, requiring a 1-to-1 para from the moment he got off the special ed bus until he was back on the bus 2.5 hours later. He can be a flight risk when overwhelmed. However, Berlin did not follow his IEP they were legally required to follow. They thought bouncing a child with special needs between all 4 kindergarten classes so his 1-to-1 aid could cover other students with their shortage of paras was acceptable. They also found it acceptable to send his 1-on-1 aid to lunch. He's only there for 2.5 hours, while he was on the playground, and no one to cover that time period. None of which was communicated to us until my son got off the bus one day saying he couldn't play on the playground because he didn't have snow pants, which were actually in his background. That is how I found out his 1-on-1 was with another student, and he was on his own without the help he needed, and it was happening over the past month often. So if Berlin could not provide the proper staff when legally required, how are the schools going to have the staff to cover the requirements for the testing? Or am I supposed to drop my flight risk child off to a test and just hope when I go back to pick him up that he is there, safe, and receive the accommodations he would need? Let the schools focus on those children and the parents of private schools focus on the children we have chosen to educate, since sometimes those reasons are because the public school failed them, and sending them back for a test with zero purpose is not acceptable.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Are there any questions from the committee? From Berlin? That's right. That's true. That's true. You got me. Okay, so any questions from the committee? Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, so are you Joel?
I am.
Okay. Matt Sutherton and then Beth.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Joel Gruey. I'm the Executive Director of Homeschool Legal Defense Association Action, the policy arm of HSLDA. We have about 100,000 homeschool families nationwide. We are the world's largest homeschool advocacy organization. On behalf of those families and along with our allies, Granite State Home Educators and Catholics United for Home Education, HSLDA strongly opposes HB 1610 in its entirety. This bill, as drafted, is not about educational freedoms accounts. It's, in fact, a high-stakes test mandate. The bill would put New Hampshire at this point below New York and Massachusetts as the most hostile states for home education in the United States. Representative Petronelli was correct on January 29th when she said that the testing mandate in this bill would cause concern for home education families. We do have serious concerns. Home education thrives in its freedom to recognize and respond to the uniqueness of each child, as we've heard here today. As someone who was home educated myself and who educates my own children, there's a breathtaking amount of diversity and customization that exists within a family for how we teach each kid, how we're able to accommodate the needs of each kid between the parents and the children. The New Hampshire law already requires annual testing for homeschoolers, as you well know. This is no need of changing. This testing mandate would require homeschool students to take statewide assessments built around the state SOLs, in a sense just like public school students. This is actually inferior to current law, which is a nationally norm-referenced standardized achievement test published and scored by an independent third party. The replacement would prepares be a criterion assessment test, judging a homeschool student's ability to regurgitate information based on public school learning objectives. Public school teachers already consistently complain that they are forced to teach to the test at the expense of actual education. This testing mandate would drag homeschoolers into that existing quagmire, and that undercuts the secret sauce that makes homeschooling thrive with a backdoor implementation of state-mandated curriculum. Trust New Hampshire citizens to act responsibly and love their children and teach them well. Don't view them with suspicion, which this bill communicates. Now, live free or die means something in New Hampshire. I trust in this bill it still does. Thank you much for your time. I urge you to vote against HB 1610, but I would be happy to answer any questions the committee has.
Any questions from the committee? Thank you very much. Matt, I'm not going to do you right now. I'd like to have Angela Turcott. Just walked in the door.
Oh, I was the one responsible for this. You guys should have them at your desk. If you have any questions,
We have
please
that,
vote.
yes. Thank you.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Angela.
Thank you for having us here. My name is Angela Turca. I'm from Dover, New Hampshire. I am currently homeschooling 3 kids, one of which is still unregistered because he's only 3, but he still gets homeschool services. We are unfunded, of course, and I oppose this bill, and I'm asking you to do so as well. Mandating testing of any sort does not help our children to learn. As I know people have mentioned, teaching to a test doesn't actually teach. It doesn't allow for that flexibility to really learn. Like our kids came down here to Concord and they're looking at the buildings like, holy moly. And that is a learning experience. Just looking around and being able to do that, that's not teaching to a test. If you're teaching to a test, you don't have time for that stuff. And it creates anxiety and can cause feelings of inadequacy and inferiority if they're doing less than average. When kids have struggles, one of my daughters has had a speech impediment and it's taken her years to overcome that. And so she's behind on reading, but she's catching up. But if she's taking a reading test by state standards and she sees that she's behind, she's going to feel defeated already. And that's not fair to our students when we're waiting for them to catch up and we're learning and teaching them at their own pace. There's no language in this bill that allows for differences in any learning abilities. As you can see, I have a son with Down syndrome. And how is he supposed to be able to adapt that without any kind of help or anything when there's no language to protect him. It also infringes on our familial rights as we choose to be separate from the public school education system. This forces families to participate in a system they do not have a desire to be a part of, even if it's just to receive a student ID number. Some of us are opposed to that. The state does not need the pupils' range of learning for homeschooled children. The data gathered from home educated children cannot and should not have an effect on improving instruction and learning for those within the public school system.
Your time is up.
Oh, wow, that was quick.
It goes by quickly.
So far, any questions?
Are there any questions?
No? Okay, thank you.
I know that when I bring the grandkids down here at 5 years old, they say, look, Papa, there's the Golden Castle. And, you know, so they get something out of the trip.
They do.
Yes, they do. Okay. Matt, do you want to come up now or? And then Beth Trusam, Trusam? Okay. And then Samantha Marbury.
Hello again, Matt Southerton for Children's Scholarship Fund. Is this on? I can't tell. Anyway, so we oppose this bill as written. We believe that current law is the right way to go. It provides families and parents the most flexibility to choose the different option or method that they want to use to comply with the law that is best for them. One of the unintended consequences that I'm really worried about, so as I've been in this position, I've learned that a number of families that have students with special needs actually prefer the portfolio evaluation because they believe that that's just the way that they can best measure growth for their students. So that really would concern me if we change that. Obviously, current law provides the most flexibility, and I do have some metrics if you're interested in those from 2022 and 2023. 69% of the students in the EFA program chose a standardized test. 30% of the students in the EFA program met that obligation with the student portfolio. So that roughly 1% of parents chose the statewide assessment.
Thank you, Matt. Do you have those metrics available for us?
I do. I can email those to the committee, yes.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Any questions from the committee?
Oh.
Yes, Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question and responding to my emails and
Absolutely.
giving the information. If something was passed that affected students receiving the EFA accounts, you're saying that you already are collecting some information of students that are taking standardized tests. Would there be a way to make that information publicly available?
Okay. In terms of sheer number, so we're prohibited by law from sharing any PII, right? PII. So what we do when we send this information to the Department of Education, we're required to send them aggregated data. So that's why I can give you the sheer numbers, the absolute numbers in each method.
Okay, so what you're saying is you can provide the aggregate information to the Department of Education?
For the testing data, yes.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Aggregated numbers and correlated with the number of students that are in that aggregate.
Correct.
Okay. Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Southerton. Is that information being reported out by the Education Department right now?
I would not know. That's just, we send them the data. I don't know if it's posted online or not.
All right, and a follow-up. So that data has been sent to them for each of the periods so far.
Yeah, that's my understanding.
Okay.
And then this year, students will start to requalify in July. They'll have until July 15th to send us one of those three methods. And then we'll have, it's always a year look back.
Okay. And a final follow-up.
Yeah.
Is there anything in 194F that would prohibit the department from publishing that data the same way they do for public schools?
Yeah, I mean, not that I'm aware of, as
Not
long
for
as
an
there's-
aggregate.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, that's what I'm
exactly.
saying. It's the same way in public schools, so.
And I think, again, I think that'll probably be one of the pieces in our annual report that we're going to be, we're going to create an annual report, give a look back at the EFA program each year, so that if you do have data that we can share with you, please let us know, if you find that helpful, and we'll include that in the report, obviously.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any further questions for Mr. Sutherland? Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Beth, Samantha Marbury, and Megan Schmidt. Yep.
Quickly, I will pass from speaking, seeing that all the points I was going to make today, time is ticking, have been brought forth eloquently. I strongly oppose the bill. I think the language is poorly written, and it would also affect homeschool educators as well as EFA students. So thank you.
Thank you. Samantha Marbury, Megan Schmidt, Jessica Seaman. Well, how about Jamie Wilder? They may be in another room. I'm trying to get down the hallway. Several weeks ago, when we had a horrific rainstorm, we had an inch of water flowing down the hallway out there. Okay. Are you Samantha? Good.
Sorry, I couldn't hear in the hallway. Hi, yes, I'm Samantha Marbury. I'm a homeschool mom of 4 from Wolfboro, New Hampshire. I just want to say I'm opposed to this bill. I'm not going to continue on because everybody's pretty much covered everything that I'd like to say. I also have a letter that you guys should already have that you can read with my opinions, but I did just want to say that, if everyone is looking at us as how we're using tax money, taxpayer dollars, I just think we should also be looking at the school systems to see, if they're failing, what is the consequence for that? If we're paying $20,000 per student annually, where's that money going, and what are the benefits of that? And so if everybody's concerned about what homeschoolers are doing, I think maybe we should be looking at those big organizations first. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Thank you. Megan Schmidt?
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Megan Schmidt. I'm a resident of Concord, and I am a traditional homeschooler who does not receive any funding for doing so. As it stands, this bill would subject my 4 children to be forced into standardized testing, a method that I, who arguably know my children best, can tell you would not be an accurate example of the knowledge that they have. This bill is poorly written, redundant in many ways due to RSA 193A, and a violation of homeschoolers' rights, especially when many of us here today have left public schools for the curriculum or standardized tests. So I ask you to please vote ITL on 1610. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Thank you for waiting. Jessica Seaman, Jamie Wilder, Melissa Blasick.
Good afternoon. Thank you, committee, for allowing me the opportunity to speak. My name is Jessica Seaman. I'm a resident of Derry, New Hampshire, a homeschooling mom under the RSA 193A, traditional unfunded homeschooling. And I also maintain my New Hampshire teacher certification here in this state. I do that particularly so that I can legally provide homeschool portfolio evaluations for homeschoolers in our state. These families have established a relationship with me over several years so that we can evaluate their progress year by year through the ebb and flow of the programs, curriculums, and techniques that the parents are using to address their students' changing needs or dynamic needs throughout the years. These evaluations are a rich discourse between the parent and myself as we are looking over their portfolio, and it allows a deep understanding of the progress the student has made during that year. I wholeheartedly believe that for some students, that rich education that I see occurring in these very personalized educational pathways might not be accurately reflected on a rigid, standardized fill-in-the-bubble test. That's very concerning to me. Parents would have to put much of that beautiful, comprehensive education that they're doing aside in order to teach to the test, just that their student would do well on paper. And that's a sad option. This will be especially detrimental to students who have any level of test anxiety. Throwing even a neurotypical child into a completely unknown environment and asking them to perform very well in a test is laughable at best and cruel at worst. So much of current education pushes for individualization of instruction, so why take away the freedom for individualization of evaluation as well? HB 1610 also allows the parents of public school students to opt them out from this standardized testing format, but that opt-out is not afforded to the other educational pathways, and that is discriminatory. I urge you to ITL. I urge you to vote ITL on HB 1610. Thank you for the opportunity of speaking with you today.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Not seeing, thank you very much. If there are any parents in any of the other rooms that may have children in public schools that are getting out and need to be at the bus stop to pick kids up, yes, would you please come forward, and we want to get you out of here so you can get them and pick the kids up. There's one right here. You have to let us know your name so we can sort through the cards.
Yes, my name is Paula Galeon.
Go ahead.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Paula Vasquez Galeon. I'm from Salisbury, New Hampshire, and I am a homeschool mother to 5 children for the last 9 years. I am also an immigrant, I am Indigenous, I am Latina, and I am an EFA educator as well. The notion that our family is freeloading off of the state and not making sacrifices in order to accept state funding in order to offer our children resources for their education is elitist and frankly insulting. My family has sacrificed everything. We have sacrificed our country, my culture, my language, family, everything. Also that my children can have freedom and opportunities beyond what we have ever had. I urge you to vote no on HB 1610. As an EFA educator, our family already participates in standardized testing, and it is already uploaded to the portal that is required per the existing requirements of receiving the EFA funds. I have 3 children with special needs, one of them with a genetic disorder, who require significant amount of special education. The EFA allows our children to have opportunities that would not be available to them otherwise, such as speech therapy, occupational therapy, aviation camps, and other wonderful resources that we have been able to do. Our children recently finished standardized testing, and for my one child, it took her 14 hours spread out for the last 3 days, with me reading every single question to her. As you can imagine, this would be an unnecessary burden to the public schools, especially to Salisbury Elementary School, which is the district that we are in, that has 63 students currently. An addition of 5 more children is a 13% increase to them and a 300% increase in special education resources to them. 14 hours for one child, 9 hours for the other, and 8 hours for the other child of individual attention. My one child with a genetic disorder also has a medical condition, and the individualized attention, the individualized requirements are required per her doctor, per her psychologist, per her psychiatrist. So this is not something that would be optional for the school to provide. It would be mandatory, otherwise it would be discriminatory.
Your time is up.
I urge you to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? Not seeing you. Thank you very much.
you.
Jamie Wilder, Melissa Blesick, and Kaylin Look. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, representatives. My name is Jema Wilder from Campton, New Hampshire. I'm the mother of 5 children and have homeschooled my children and sent 2 of them to Hollis Brookline Upper Elementary, Middle School, and High School. I oppose HB 1610. The claim is that the bill will be used to identify a pupil's range of learning and yields objective data to use in improving instruction and learning. It would be impossible to assess my children for improvements because besides English, language, arts, reading, and mathematics, my children are taught complex culinary arts, maple syruping, beekeeping, gardening, starting from seeds, building, framing, whittling, mechanical, drama, music theory, personal finance, just to list a few. I am confident that my teaching surpasses the level of learning of the public, private, or charter schools. That is why I homeschool. If you were to test my children on Common Core math, they would not recognize the ridiculous questions. I would be confident for the most of the adults in this room that's also true. We live in a society where many teenagers can't count change back to you, but will not acknowledge the harm this curriculum is causing. My tax dollars go to the school district, even though I receive no financial support or resources from the district or state. It appears that this bill is being used to keep money in the public schools instead of allowing parents to choose what is best for their children. I believe that this is a gateway to control private school choice and homeschool curriculum. When my children were in public school, the testing scores had dropped over 1/3 1 year after COVID. The assistant superintendent blamed the DNA of the parents for the decline. They refused to consider lockdowns, mandates, and remote learning on the decline. Homeschoolers did not have a loss of learning. It is common knowledge that teachers are required to teach to the test. If you are concerned with the level of learning, you should look into the consequences of the decisions made by the public school educators over the last 4 years. This bill is going to cost taxpayers untold spending and will not improve education in the public, private, school choice, or homeschooling homes.
Your time's up. Thank you very much. Good timing. Any questions from the committee? Good luck up there in Campton.
Thank you.
We got a dog groomed up there.
Yeah, it's muddy up there right now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Not seeing any more questions. We have Melissa Blesick and Kaylin Look and Sarah Shower, I guess it is. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Melissa Blasick. I'm here representing Rebuild NH. Rebuild opposes both the intent and the consequences of HB 1610. There's been a lot of testimony today about sort of the all learning environment, so I'll focus my testimony on as it would apply to EFA students. Rebuild has supported education freedom accounts as a means of giving underprivileged children and families more educational options outside of the public school system. Currently, EFA students are required to submit an end-of-year evaluation, standardized test of their choice, or they can send their child to a registered and approved private school. Standardized tests are meant to gauge the efficiency of the curriculum. Public school curriculums are now based in Common Core, and tests have been modified to reflect that curriculum. We are all aware that teachers regularly teach to the test. Families who choose EFA as an option are looking for something different than what the public schools are currently offering. Parents who take their children out of public school should not be required to tailor their curriculum or their private school's curriculum to match what is being taught in public schools. While I understand the desire for an objective standard to which to hold all taxpayer-funded education, I don't believe that such a metric exists. And in the absence of such an objective metric, I don't believe it is fair to demand one set of taxpayer-funded education have strings attached while public schools have no real benchmark at which poor performance loses funding. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you. Kaylin Look and Sarah Schauer and Emma Koski. Not seeing. For me? Kaylin Look, is Kaylin Look here? She left? How about Sarah Schauer? There, great.
Thank you. Members of the committee.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Shaver. I'm from Stoddard, New Hampshire, and I'm here today in opposition to House Bill 1610. I'd like to start just briefly by concurring with the many previous speakers that have shared the many flaws in this bill. I agree that it has very poor, broad sweeping language. The execution and the intent are not very clear as it stands written. I do see this as a direct attack on parental rights. And as it has been mentioned, having students take a test that their specific curriculum has not prepared them for is not by any means a fair assessment of their education. But what I would really like to share today is my personal story, because I'm a homeschool graduate. My parents had me attend kindergarten in public, and after that, they decided they could do better. And they did. I had a very full, rich, wonderful education. I'm so thankful for the sacrifices they made. I received curriculum and education that was personalized to me and to my strengths and to my weaknesses. I'm quite certain at some point I would have struggled with a standardized test. But my parents weren't required to send me to an unfamiliar location to be administered a test that my curriculum didn't prepare me for. And so when I struggled, they reevaluated. We made adjustments, tried a new curriculum until I had success again. My home education has served me very, very well in life. And more important than my experience, because to be honest, high school and college was a long time ago, I'm here today because now I'm a mother. My husband and I have two very bright daughters, a 4-year-old and almost 2-year-old, who we intend to homeschool. We've already started doing preschool at home, and my daughter is thriving in these earliest parts of her education. It's a joy. But I want to have those same opportunities for my children. I am so eager and excited to provide that level of individualized education for my girls. My parents moved here in 2006 to find a state that would support the opportunity for them to provide more educationally to their children. And I'm here today to ask you to uphold that state for me, for the next generation, for my children, so that I may also provide that to them. So I'm asking you to please vote in expedient to legislate on House Bill 1610.
Thank you very much. A wonderful story.
Thank you.
Yeah. Further questions from the committee? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Emma Koski. And then Michelle Robacher and Audrey Bowden. Barden. We'll get there. Hi.
Hello. My name is Emma Koski. I live in Ware, and I'm here today to speak in opposition of House Bill 1610. I am a homeschool graduate, and I feel my education has made all the difference in my life. Instead of my education being focused on test performance, I was given an individualized education with curriculum and subject matter that worked for me. My family has always been independent and unfunded, and we have participated in annual assessments. I was given the opportunity to learn for the sake of learning, for growth and personal development, not pressure to perform on a test. I am here today to ask you to preserve that learning opportunity for current and future homeschooling children by voting ITL on House Bill 1610. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have written testimony there?
I don't have any extra copies, unfortunately.
Could you submit the one that you did, put it in the record?
I've written on it, if that's all right. Okay, thank you.
The clerk will take it any way she gets it.
Perfect. Any questions?
Any questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yep. Michelle? And then Audrey? Bowden, looks Bowden, and Lydia O'Leary. Hi.
Hello, my name is Michelle Rohrbacher. I am a homeschooling mom of 5 kiddos. Our oldest graduated 2 years ago, and our second will graduate this year. We are a 193A unfunded homeschooling family in Barrington. I have heard so many families speaking to the many reasons why this is a very, very poorly written bill, but I'm going to speak to the fiscal note for those that might not care about the personal stories. Representative Cascadden promoted this bill as a way to track the progress of EFA students. EFA students, as you've already heard from
the CSF have to submit that progress to the CSF, and it's submitted to the state in an aggregate form. This would require those students to submit to a second test, putting a burden on the district schools to administer it. Representative Cascadden has spoken to say that the money is what she's worried about, yet she's caused more spending in the execution of it. Thank you.
Are there any questions from the committee? When you said a couple have graduated already,
Yes.
did they take the SAT? Or
No, we did not participate in the SAT. We do review of our work.
Okay, so my next question is, when you're applying to colleges, do they ask for anything like that?
Our oldest has not chosen to use the college system at this time, but as my understanding to be that there are many well-received homeschooling applicants to many nationwide universities.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next one is Audrey Bowden and Lydia O'Leary and Stephen Allen. Hello.
Hi, my name is Audrey Bowden, and I am a resident of Derry. I am a mom, a small business owner, and a student of political science. I will graduate in May. I'm currently an EFA homeschooling parent, and a lot of what I have to say has already been pointed out to the committee, but in efforts to withstand from being an echo chamber, I want to kind of point out some of the things that a few people before me have touched upon, but not really expounded upon. So currently, there are stipulations for receiving the EFA fund, and a lot of those stipulations have to do with income. So not all homeschooling parents qualify for this EFA fund. I believe it's a cap of $75,000 per year. You can correct me if I'm wrong. But each student is awarded approximately $5,000 per year. That's roughly 25% of what the average cost of funding a pupil in the school system is. And so what your bill is proposing is that homeschooling students meet the same standards or prove that they are capable of reading and writing according to their peers. And so my suggestion for all of you is that if you want these homeschooling students to meet the same standards as publicly educated students, then I would strongly suggest increasing the amount of money that these homeschooling parents are receiving to match the same level of education that you're giving, or the same costs that you're giving these publicly funded students. I also have written down here that, to touch upon what you were just discussing with the person before me, is that colleges and some of the top tier higher education institutions like Harvard are actually moving away from accepting standardized testing, including the SAT and the ACT. And so what we're seeing is public outcry from educators from all different levels, not just elementary, middle, high school, but college as well, that standardized testing is actually becoming kind of useless.
Your time is up.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
For you.
Lydia O'Leary, Stephen Allen, and Kathy Baker. Looks like that. Barker. Hello.
Hi, my name is Lydia O'Leary. I am a homeschool mother of four. I hold a degree in sociology and am currently in law school right now as well. My oldest two have already graduated high school. One is continuing her education at Boston Architectural College. My other is heading out to Africa to do humanitarian work. I have two more in homeschool high school right now, and they're finding out who they are and what they want to be, and it's an exciting process. And I'm in school too. And so it's this journey that we see in homeschooling, that education never ends. Learning, that was the goal when my husband and I went into homeschooling, was we wanted our kids to love learning and see it as a forever thing. It's exciting to learn. What people shared today, there's so many of the points that I agree with thoroughly. There's one thing that I want to point to just in particular for you all. And it was touched on by somebody much earlier. They pointed out the case law between Pierce and versus the Society of Sisters that was determined by the Supreme Court back in 1925. And she read one sentence from it. I want to read the paragraph because I think it encompasses much that pertains to what is being discussed today. Under the doctrine of Meyer versus Nebraska, this was the opinion given by Justice McReynolds. Under the doctrine of Meyer versus Nebraska, we think it entirely plain that the Act of 1922 unreasonably interferes with the liberty of parents and guardians to direct the upbringing and education of children under their control. As often hereto pointed out, rights guaranteed by the Constitution may not be abridged by legislation which has no reasonable relation to some purpose within the competency of the state. The fundamental theory of liberty upon which all governments in this union repose excludes any general power of the state to standardize its children by forcing them to accept instruction from public teachers only. The child is not the mere creature of the state. Those who nurture him and direct his destiny have the right, coupled with a high duty, to recognize and prepare him for additional obligations. That being coupled with the information that the standardized test has not been effective, it is not being effective, it is being thrown out in many places. It does not appear to be a reasonable form of standardization for the competency of children in our state. And I think that we would find some legal issues if we were to pursue with it.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yep. Stephen Allen? Kathy Baker? And Carolyn Hawkins? This one wrong way. No? Yeah. Yep.
Hey, Stephen Allen, a resident of Lyman, New Hampshire, a father of two homeschool non-EFA 193A students. The last two speakers kind of stole a little bit of my thunder, but I want to relate to you. I have multiple college degrees. For 2 decades, I've worked in a learning and education environment, some as an educator, but for the last 9, supporting graduate level education at a global top 30 university, public top 5 university. And during that time, I have witnessed the devaluing of standardized assessments for college admittance and use, both undergraduate and for graduate, even the specific exams like the LSATs and the MCATs and stuff like that. They've been devaluing those. Also, I relate that to you to demonstrate my passion and understanding of the value of education. Now, I do choose for our own homeschool assessments to do standardized testing for a specific couple of reasons. I can pick the test to best fit our curriculum. Second, I can make that test as less or as de-stressful as possible for my children. With placing them in a highly stressed environment when they haven't been in public school where the days are chosen does not allow them the best situation for me to assess where they might have weaknesses so that I can alter the curriculum the following year. And while I do not accept EFA money and will not, my opinion here and that benefit that I get to choose the assessment when I can give it would apply to EFA parents as well. They can make sure that the assessment they provide is done in a way that gets the most useful assessment information to the parent. It's not going to be of any use to the public schools because they're not the educators. We are for our children. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Thank you. Kathy Baker?
Yes, hello.
And
I'm
then-
Kathy Baker. I'm a homeschool mom. One of the things that is very clear to me is that we already have under our current RSAs accountability through various means of evaluation for all 4 classes of students in our states, both types of homeschoolers, private schools, and public, including public charter schools. And so I wonder, because I know that the sponsors of this bill know that. This is not news to them. So I wonder why they put forth this bill they put forth today. And I can only assume that the purpose of this bill is to destroy diversity and educational choice. You have already heard from many parents talking about the issues of teaching to the test, and that homeschoolers and, not mentioned, but private schools and charter schools all offer their own curriculums, which are not necessarily the same as a public school. And if you are forcing all of these institutions and every student in the state to be evaluated on the public school curriculum, you are by virtue destroying diversity in curriculums and tailoring of curriculums to individual children. And I'm thinking perhaps there's a threat felt by the moneyed interests in the schools. For example, as our state education commissioner mentioned, that we now have 32 public charter schools in the state, each of them serving a different mission for more than 5,500 students statewide. Instructing based on students' unique needs. This enhances education for the individual students across the state. And this is what our state education committee here, as well as all our state reps and people in the state, should want. But the moneyed interests probably don't like that there are 55,000 people in public charters, which are under a different umbrella. They probably don't like, and in fact, I believe there's been a direct attack in this bill on the EFA program. I don't participate in the EFA program, but they are already evaluated. They already have an RSA that has a structure for supervision and accountability. And again, the sponsors of this bill know that. But gosh, if we start providing people money to choose this private school or this charter school or extra help for homeschooling when, you know, we might have a parent that's working that needs to be home, people feel threatened. And that's what this bill is an attack on. And I ask you to ditch it with your inexpedient to
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee?
Oh,
Thank you. Carolyn Hawkins, and then Nicole Lee, and Sarah Mayer.
Good afternoon. Thank you, House Chairman and members of the Education Committee. My name is Carolyn Hawkins. I'm from Milford, New Hampshire, and I was public educated, and I went to Virginia Tech for my bachelor's in horticulture, and I'm familiar with standardized testing. It was not my favorite growing up, but I had to learn to master that. I am a wife of 26 years to a veteran, and a mother of 4 children, 2 of whom have graduated from our homeschooling of 17 years. We began homeschooling in Pensacola, Florida, so Florida law was our first introduction. We were required annual testing. We had a homeschool umbrella co-op that we did the Iowa testing, which covered a lot more than just reading, math, and language. So having that first picture of it, we moved to New Hampshire almost 10 years ago now. So I was thankful for the freedoms that we had to choose. Is an assessment better? Evaluation? I've kept portfolios. I have so many portable containers of my children's school work. My 2 that have graduated high school, dual enrolled at Nashville Community College. I had to keep a transcript for them. And then when they graduated from the state, as you well know, we have to make sure that they have completed the required education and all of the different things. So I am unfunded traditional, I guess. We've lived on a shoestring budget for many years under one income. But our goal was not to teach our children for testing. I understand the value of some of those testings. It's helped me when my children have needed more time in some of the subjects. So I have a full assessment of that, and I appreciate that. I think the one thing with the EFAs is there's already things in place. So when I heard about this just this morning, I drove up from Milford and I said, you know, we have freedoms, we have laws in place, and I think we should oppose this House Bill 1610 because we already have laws that regulate what we're required as homeschool parents to do. And I think for this next generation coming, to have that freedom, especially with all the testimony today for those who have special need children, or, you know, our children need to get outside. There's so much learning outside.
Your time is up now.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Virginia Tech has a good basketball team this year, too.
Yes, they do.
Yes, they do.
Go Hokies.
Nicole Lee, Sarah Mayer, Anne Marie.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Nicole Lee, and I live in Bradford, New Hampshire. We are an unfunded traditional homeschooling family, and I oppose House Bill 1610. We actually don't meet the requirements to get funding. Otherwise, we would, because we are always over budget with our homeschooling. And we did try public schooling in the year 2021, 2022. My oldest attended a public preschool. And we did decide to withdraw him from the kindergarten registration because many different circumstances that arise during the year, including bullying, anxiety, and just overall negative behavioral changes that we saw within him. We opposed the bill for all of the same reasons we've seen come up here, so I won't go through everything. But I will say that I was publicly educated in the state of Florida, and I was never a great test taker. It actually did not enhance anything that I had ever learned. And honestly, I literally studied to pass a test and not to actually learn. And as I have been teaching my own children, I'm actually more excited now to learn the subjects that I kind of didn't. We just skimmed through them so that I could pass a test. So that really sticks out in my mind that I already know how my kids' tests take, and it's not great because we do assess them ourselves. So I am asking you to please oppose House Bill 1610 and add this to the testimonies today.
Thank you. Questions or from the committee? Thank you very much. Sarah Mayer?
May my son join me?
Yes, of course.
Good afternoon. I am Sarah Mayer. I live in Antrim, New Hampshire. This is my son, Rowan, who is with me in solidarity opposing this bill. He does not have a prepared statement. I am the mother of 6 children. 2 of them are EFA students. We had to terminate our home education program in order to enroll them in the EFA, which we used to send them to a private school in our town. That was the best choice that we made as parents for the education of our 2 high schoolers. It has worked out wonderfully. Now I understand that some standardized testing is part and parcel of accepting state funds. I think it's foolish, but it is what it is. And they are already participating in some standardized testing that is being reported. I got the test scores after they participated in those tests at the school. I have in the past used the California Achievement Test as my end of year evaluation for my other 4 homeschooled students, which are traditional and unfunded. And I have seen both the demoralizing effects on my children who look at test questions and burst into tears because they don't know how to answer them. I think, and also I have seen how any kind of time enforcement on those tests is just not helpful. I have mostly used portfolio evaluations for our home education program, and it's turned out so much better. This is a deviation from my written prepared statement, as all of the other reasons why I oppose this bill have been addressed. But I did want to mention that no standardized testing is going to reflect the learning that my children have today and coming to this hearing. They also do not reflect the amount of time that we put into in our home education program to teach them courtesy, responsibility, perseverance, grace, kindness, patience, respect for authority, and self-control. And the golden rule. These things are not going to be reflected on whether they know that helium is a noble gas or that 137 is a prime number by any particular age. I oppose this bill. Please vote inexpedient to legislate. Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time today to come down. Any questions from the committee? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anne Marie? Then Kim Mulsanti and Amber Fixler.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. Thank you for taking my testimony. My name is Anne Marie Banfield. I'm a parental rights advocate in New Hampshire focused on education. I do support in terms of the transparency that you are seeking. I think that that's important, and I would support something like that. I cannot support the bill as written. I cannot support forced standardized testing of the state standardized test on EFA students, on homeschool students, on students in private schools, on anybody, including students in public schools. This test is seriously flawed. I'm happy to expand on that. If I run out of time, feel free to ask me. But we have a seriously flawed test to begin with. So forcing this on any child, any school, I think is counterproductive. First of all, the time that you would have to invest, because they're already required to take the test. So a private school is going to already give them their test that they choose. So now you're going to add many, many hours of a student having to take another test. That's a big problem. Fairtest.org is a great source. Representative Ladd, you were looking for schools, colleges that don't take the SAT, fairtest.org. I think it was up to 800 colleges and universities don't even look at the SAT. I know that St. Anselm's does not. I cannot support the amendment, again, because even though it might pull some of these students out, it doesn't pull them all out. And if my child were in a public school, I would refuse this test, but as I have recommended to other public school students, because it is so flawed. And then I normally recommend that they take another, maybe like a classical achievement test, which is quite different. I don't know if you knew this, but when No Child Left Behind was sunsetted and then we moved to ESSA also included changed the accountability. So accountability was not just your standardized test. It is now also grading skills. So I can go to the standards and I can read the standards that'll be tested, but I don't see anything public on skills. So asking these schools to administer a test that they don't even know what skills are going to be tested doesn't set you up for success.
Your time is up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that our kids are set up for failure taking this test in any school environment. Thank you.
Are there any questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. Kim Mulsanti. Amber Fixler. Or Amber? And next one is Shaylin Moran, I guess.
Good afternoon. My name is Amber Fixler. I'm a constituent from Epsom, New Hampshire. We have been homeschooling our 3 children for the entirety of their education. We are a traditional unfunded homeschooling family. I've already sent my testimony through email to all of you. I stand in opposition to HB 1610 because of the need to test all students in the state, including home education students, according to the language of the bill.
One of the reasons that I oppose this is that home educated students like ourselves are already required to complete an annual evaluation, which we happily do. I recognize the state may need to evaluate its public education system through portfolios or evaluations or standardized testing, and even to provide documentation of EFA students' progress. However, the data collected on home educated students in that category isn't going to have any meaning for someone analyzing that data. Another reason I oppose this bill is that it is increasing regulatory requirements on homeschooling families and students in general. People are able to find folks with similar values, and I can attest that the local in-person homeschooling networks and online homeschooling networks that are nationwide are robust. And I see that a lot of homeschooling families wishing to relocate consider New Hampshire for many really great reasons. My husband and I are both lifelong residents of New Hampshire. He's a veteran of a local National Guard unit. We both have bachelor degrees from New Hampshire colleges, so we love New Hampshire. However, it's considered moderate for its homeschooling regulations. Only New York, Connecticut, Pennsylvania, and Massachusetts are more highly regulated than New Hampshire for homeschooling laws. I don't want to see New Hampshire become the most strictly regulated state for homeschooling in New Hampshire. Another reason that I oppose this bill is that it allows for public schooling families to exempt their students from this testing. However, that same exemption privilege is not given to other types of students. It is my personal belief that New Hampshire overall will benefit from encouraging families to live and work here by improving the schools, by decreasing regulations that apply to homeschoolers and students in general in our great live free or die state, increasing educational freedom, and maybe even increasing homeschooling family numbers in New Hampshire is going to benefit our local communities.
Your time is up.
And our state. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? Not seeing you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Shaylin Moran? And then Jody? No. Well, I don't know. Well, Zane or Blozer didn't do a good job here. William McKenzie? Go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am an independent homeschooling mother from Wolfboro, New Hampshire. Much of my personal testimony has been touched on already, but just a couple of things that I would like to say is that ideally an assessment's purpose is to act as a tool for educators to show their students' growth, proficiency, and reveal areas in which a student may need more support. The reality is that in public schools, the state assessments are also an accountability measure to ensure taxpayer dollars are being used effectively toward the educational growth of the children whose families have chosen to enroll their kids in that educational path. The state test designed for the educational approach chosen for use in public schools would never be able to act as an accurate measure for children across a very broad academic landscape, including privately schooled, independently homeschooled, or those along one of the variety of paths afforded to families who use education freedom accounts to fund their child's education. Finally, in our school district, despite a 90% graduation rate, and according to the state standardized test scores, only 36% of high school students' test scores reveal proficiency in math, and 50% of middle schoolers' test scores reflected a proficient reading level. As a taxpayer and a parent who cares very much about the education of the children in our state, I would much rather see the budget recommended for this bill, around $2.5 million annual public tax dollars, go toward improving academic rigor within the public school system in order to do it as best by the families who have enrolled their children in that educational path.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any questions from the committee? Thank you. Jody?
Kim Multisanti was lost in the You said me.
Yep. Yep.
Thank you.
Are you Kim?
I am. Good afternoon. Someone said earlier, I don't want to be here. I was kind of laughing. We can all agree on that. My name is Kim Multisanti. I homeschool 4 children in Merrimack, New Hampshire. We are an unfunded RSA 193A homeschool family. I oppose this bill, as almost everyone here does.
So many points were made today that I've completely scrapped my notes, and I'm going to read this chicken scratch here. I'd like to just address this bill was written with very broad language, and so everyone's talking about amendments and all of these things, and that's the part that the people of New Hampshire where we get nervous, because we came here for our freedom. When I met my husband, I lived in Massachusetts and he lived in New Hampshire and he works in Nashua. And I was pushing to live closer to my family, and he said it's going to be more free in New Hampshire. The homeschool laws are freer. The life is freer. And now I'm looking at this. If this bill passes, it will be the strictest and most regulated homeschool state in the United States, which is wild to me. So I'm asking you to oppose it. And one more point. There are a lot of families here that are accepting the EFA funds for lots of reasons, right, wrong, or indifferent. I want you to consider the number of families here who qualify for the help and don't ask for it. It's because we want to be left alone. I'm not asking you, my tax dollars go to your schools. That's great. I'm not asking for funding to homeschool my kids. We're taking on that financial burden and sacrifice just to be left alone. And I think that's probably the biggest point I could make today. So thank you for listening. Do you have any questions?
Thank you. Questions from the committee?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Going to jump to Lyra Brown. Is Lyra Brown? There you are, Lyra.
Hello.
Welcome.
My name is Lyra Brown, and I live in Bosco, New Hampshire. I'm opposing this bill because it would make me and my brother and sister go into a public school and take a test every year. The reason I do not want to do this is because public school kids do not have to take this test, so why should we? Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Lyra. Lyra, you're 10 years old?
Yes.
Good job. Welcome to Concord. The Golden Castle.
Don't worry, that isn't going to happen to you. I'll just leave it at that.
You're not supposed to be talking. Okay. See what we got here. Jody Casoles? Is that? We've been trying. William McKenzie? Then Jennifer Pereira?
Good afternoon. I'm still around.
Yeah.
New Hampshire, by degree, is not displaying the level of ignorance we've seen in our neighbors in Maine or Colorado, which was on the front page news now. The Supreme Court has shown them their level of ignorance. They cannot unilaterally, an individual in Maine or a group of whoever in Colorado, deny all other citizens in their state the right to vote. How stupid have we become? In Goffstown...
Are you speaking to the bill which is addressing this?
I oppose
homeschooling and the EFAs and that, and the assessments.
I oppose the bill, 1610. Because they don't have the right. They have not earned the right to have jurisdiction over those who sacrifice, so much to give their children the best that they can. As I was going to say, the history teacher of the year happens to be in Goffstown. I spoke to him and asked him, when do your classes start? What period in history? The Civil War. The whole founding of our nation is blotted out by a public school system. No wonder the children are confused. Literacy in America preceded formal education. and it was a high rate of literacy. I'm talking in the high 90th percentile. Connecticut, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, if you look at the 1853 New Hampshire School Board report and look at the charts, I think in the whole town of Goffstown, there might have only been a couple children or even adults were counted that could not read and write.
Your time is up.
Okay.
Thank you very much. If you have written comment, could you please give it to Representative Belcher over there, and we'll have it put in the record.
Yes. And
Thank you.
I blotted out the name of the representative that's in one of the, pieces of information. And the reason is because of potential intimidation or whatever by the education authorities against an individual.
Thank you very much.
Assistant.
The next person to be called is Miss Farley. Varley?
Yes.
Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Serena Varley and I reside in Concord, New Hampshire. I have 7 kids, and over the years I've homeschooled them. I've sent them to private school, public school. We've done VLAX, we've done online school, and we've done the EFA program. So a lot of the things here have already been covered, so I don't want to focus on that today. And I agree with almost all of it, but what I wanted to talk about today was the education freedom account. So if the bill is focused just on recipients of the education freedom account, I'd like to just point out that the purpose of the education freedom account was freedom, meaning it covers people sending kids or having kids homeschool, sending kids to private school. And the idea was wanting to encourage homeschooling and other things. So I understand it's a separate program, but the purpose was to encourage freedom. So the testing that we have makes sense in the context of public schools. So the state is over public schools, and so therefore would need to test them because we have authority over those. And we need to make sure, like, we're administering them, so we need to see how they're working and use that testing to evaluate. And that's the purpose of testing, and that's fine. But in this context of the people who are doing homeschooling and other things, the idea was to give people that freedom and not to impose more regulation. And one thing that I want to point out is that we don't have control over private schools or homeschooling families. You have control over the schools, the public schools. So that the testing is only for that. And as other people have said, we already have requirements that we have to meet. And then I would just finally say that you're here to serve the New Hampshire people, and the New Hampshire people are not asking for this. There's nobody who's saying this is what we need. So I just ask that you vote in expedient to legislate.
Thank you.
Thank
Any
you.
questions from the committee? Jennifer Pereira? Dove Gregorian? Is Jody A. Consols here? Tried. Pardon me?
You say Jody, Ron Jody.
Jody Underwood?
Yeah.
Go down, get the card.
I'm there somewhere. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a long day, isn't it? My name is Jody Underwood. I live in Croydon, New Hampshire. My husband and I co-wrote this testimony, a lot of which I am not going to read because it's been covered, but I will share the testimony with Representative Belcher after. So I have to say that this bill appears to be a thinly disguised attempt to subject home-educated students to the kind of micro and mismanagement that prompted their parents to keep them out of schools in the first place. Now, this interpretation can't be dismissed out of hand. My husband personally witnessed members of an activist group, which includes one of the bill's sponsors, formulating plans to collect copies of the birth certificates of all the children born in New Hampshire in order to keep tabs on children whose parents keep them out of the system.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. I'm the person who's talking without remarking that's not a factual statement.
It was his experience. He was there. He saw it.
I wasn't. Will you state on task with this bill, please?
Well, it was completely about the bill. So that was point one. We do agree that if a student is taking money from taxpayers, those taxpayers have an interest in seeing that they're getting something for their money. We might call this the if we pay, we get a say principle, or pay say for short. So this would also mean that it would apply to public schools. And right now, public school students can exempt themselves from taking the state assessment, but that goes against the accountability that this test is supposed to do. So if, in other words, if you don't want your kids to take those assessments, that's fine, but then they shouldn't be able to attend the schools, right? For free. They would have to make other arrangements like paid tuition or homeschool or otherwise. My third point adds on to what Representative Sellers said. He mentioned learning environments and that there was a problem with such a broad statement. And I just wanted to add on to that to give further examples. So it's a very vague statement. So, for example, if I use EFA funds to pay for jujitsu classes, piano lessons, and these are used for these types of classes, that clearly takes place in a learning environment. If I use EFA funds to buy a computer so my kid can use Khan Academy, that's clearly a learning environment. Does that mean that the gym or the piano...
Your time is up.
That was 2 minutes?
That was 2 minutes.
Wow. Damn. Yeah. Oh, well. All right. Thank you.
You're more than welcome. Jennifer Pereira? Adove Gregorian? Pardon me? Okay.
Like Dove.
It looks like an O, but that's fine. We'll go with the A. Dave? Yes, sir. Are you Dave?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Pereira. I'm from Manchester, New Hampshire. I'm the president of Catholics United for Home Education, a statewide homeschool organization. We did already email you a statement in opposition to this bill. What I would like to share is my personal testimony. I have brought with me today an essay which my 16-year-old son wrote. It is about Hannibal's March and his first major victory in Italy. He went back to primary sources and he read them. And he formulated this essay with good paragraph structure, sentences, which would be good for any child. But I'm especially proud of him because he could not have taken a standardized test in early elementary school because he has dyslexia. He could not read or write well in those years. So I am bringing this essay for you to look at as a positive outcome for homeschooling. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, do we have a copy of that or are you going to drop that off? Thank you. Yes. Dave Gregorian? Sorry for blittering your name.
No worries.
Kate Bloom will be next, and then Tricia Lambert. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Dave Gregorian here. We're a traditional unfunded 193A homeschool family of two. We're here to oppose HB 1610. The reason is fundamentally the purpose of this bill really is to function as a poison pill for the entire homeschooling community. It is intended to push us, all of us, whether traditional 193 or EFA families, teach to a very problematic test that is linked to a mediocre and morally bankrupt Common Core curriculum. As such, it's really an attack on homeschooling families, on families in general, because it presupposes that the government, school administrators,
assorted other bureaucrats know it is best for our kids better than we do as parents. We should be the primary decision makers, not the state, not the education system. Those of us who choose to participate in the homeschooling endeavor. And if you think about it logically, why did we go through all this difficulty, all this trouble of embarking on this homeschool project? Because we want to avoid these tests, these government tests. We want to avoid Common Core. We want to avoid everything that comes, all that negative baggage that we associate with the public education system. That's precisely what we work so hard to avoid. And what this bill is doing is essentially fostering it back upon us. So for that reason, we would like to, we strongly oppose this bill, and we would like to see it rejected in its entirety without amendments, just completely rejected in full. Basically, like the Supreme Court said in 1925, the kids belong to the parents, to the moms and dads, not to the state. And that's what we are here to defend. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? No. Okay, Kate Bloom. Yep.
Hi, I'm Kate Bloom from Ware, New Hampshire. A lot of my topics have been touched on, so I'm going to come at this from a different angle as a taxpayer in the state of New Hampshire. I am also a traditional traditional homeschooling family with 3 children. So the fiscal note on this bill says that it will cost the state at least $2.5 million a year, plus the costs in the local education. If the goal is to be accountable to the taxpayers, does it really make sense to be spending $2.5 million a year to force unfunded homeschoolers and EFA students to take assessments when we already have accountability measures in place via required annual education assessments? This is something that is already covered under current law. Do we need to spend millions more dollars every year of taxpayer money? I don't think so. A few questions to ponder on. Do the results of standardized tests prove the worth or adequacy of an education? Will these test results be used to determine if the EFA program is successful or if the tax money is being spent in a worthwhile way? If you do think the results of a test can prove that money isn't being spent well, then what does that say about the public school system and its accountability to taxpayers? We only need to look at the alarmingly low state assessment data of public school students to show that public schools are failing in their obligation to taxpayers. Yet there is no recourse for misuse of public funds for public school students. Under New Hampshire homeschool law, annual educational assessments are private and can't be used to terminate a home education program. With these required state assessments, the results will be reported to the state. Does being forced to take state assessments open us up to some kind of scrutiny if our child doesn't meet a certain level? This is a direct conflict with the statutes that have been secured via the homeschool law that is already in place. Please vote against HB 1610. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Thank you very much. Tricia Lambert, and then Kristen Dinesk.
I'm going to bring my son with me. Is that okay?
That would be fine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the Education Committee. My name is Tricia Lambert, and I am a mother of a homeschooler who is sitting next to me. His name is Reed, who is under 193A, which is unfunded. So I guess the first thing I want to talk about is, well, I'll get back to the unfunded piece. Just a quick story. Everybody has said things many different ways, and they're all true. I still follow our school board. I still go to their meetings, despite that I homeschool. And because I care where my money goes as a taxpayer. And I also care in what they're receiving. I recently, about a year ago, I went to our budget committee, which sets the budget. And a conversation ensued. This became very clear to me when I read this language of this bill. It seems awful familiar to me, is that there was a long discussion about tracking of home education students. And as it relates to money, it relates to money. So this was very disturbing to me. And I told them so, that we don't track children, number one. Number two, they don't have a dollar sign on their head. And so when I read this, despite the fact we're spending $2.5 million to effectively make this bill so, it really is trying to do exactly that. It's trying to check children. I don't want to, I don't need to use my full 2 minutes, but going back to the unfunded, what this is about is contracts. We do not have a contract with the state. We do not have a contract with the local municipality. We pulled them out, and we did that for a reason, to provide our own education. So I'm not quite sure in trying to, and I realize there's an amendment to change things around, I'm not quite sure how legal this would be. We do not have a contract. So I will leave it there, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Thank you. Kristen? Kristen?
I appreciate this. My parking meter's about to run out.
How many times does it run out?
No, I have parked in 3 hours, so I still have about 10 minutes.
Joseph Pirelli is next.
My name's Kristen Denisick. I live in Henniker. I'm speaking as an RSA 193A independent unfunded homeschool parent. I just want to thank the committee, first of all, for remaining to listen to so many testimonies. I've been to hearings before where they didn't sit and listen, and it was infuriating. I submitted my testimony through the online portal. Everything I wanted to say has been said and said clearly, I think, so I won't repeat it. I think we could have a hearing about this proposed amendment because I don't trust it to be written well. I ask that you either ensure an amendment approved by Michelle Lavelle passes or vote ITL against this bill outright. I also ask as politely as possible that in the future, you please don't forget to exclude us RSA 193A independent unfunded homeschool families. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is Joseph Pirelli? Nope. Erica? G, what is it? Golter?
Golter.
Yeah.
Waiting on Joseph.
So you're here. And are you Joseph?
Yes.
Can you just wait until after this one right here?
Is that okay with you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Hello, for the record, my name is Erica Golder. I'm from Laconia, New Hampshire. I am an unfunded homeschooling parent. I appreciate the opportunity to express my concerns here with HB 1610. I urge you to oppose this bill. ITL would be great in its entirety. I just want to say that the state has absolutely no right to intervene into a parent's choice for their children, which is statistically far superior to your institutional model. That's exactly what this bill will do. I can hand this in, but I have plenty of homeschooling statistics. Just in Laconia, for instance, when we're talking about the public institutional school, we have 5 schools. There's 1,831 students. We have 178 teachers for a public school. The graduation rate is 80 to 84% on average. Math proficiency is 24%. Reading proficiency is 31%. They spend over $20,000 per student annually for that education. Just a few homeschooling statistics. 15 to 25% above homeschooling tests. I'm sorry, let me start over. 15 to 25% homeschoolers test above public school students on standardized tests. I know you heard somebody previously saying that they didn't make enough money to give their child a good enough education to do well on this test, but frankly, the students aren't taught the curriculum to do well on these tests. It just shouldn't exist. The degree of state control and regulation of homeschooling is not related to academic achievement. That was per U.S. Department of Education. That was their statement in 2019. Again, I'm going to be submitting this information here. Just have 3 quick questions. I have other statistics that you can read later. Question number 1, how is inserting institutional school policies into the homeschooling curriculum going to help or improve anything where the institutional model is statistically inferior? Number 2, why do we not take a better look at the homeschool model, which is statistically superior, and which is statistically superior, and not implement intrusive state policies into the homeschool model? And the third and final rhetorical question is, how is it that the average cost per homeschooled student is 11% what the national public school child is, yet homeschooled children in most metrics are academically double digits ahead of the institutional counterparts?
Thank you very much.
Questions?
Questions from the committee? Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Joseph? And then Stephen Essler? And Johnny Ramsey? Or Joni Ramsey?
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time. My name is Joseph Pirelli. I represent my 193A homeschool family. I live in Dover. Obviously, I, like everyone else here, showed up today to speak against this poorly written bill. Rather than reiterating what's already been said, I'd like to focus on 2 points. This bill does nothing to help students and families in the state. However, according to the bill analysis, and as many of others have said, it's going to cost $2.5 million per fiscal year, $2 million alone, just for the tracking portion of it, data collection on these students that will be taking the test. And again, this provides absolutely no benefit to anyone while it carries a tremendous cost to taxpayers. Point 2, it is disingenuous and perhaps deceitful for Representative Cascadden to peddle this as a bill that's EFA related. This bill is written, as it is written, requires standardized testing of all students from all public, non-public, and all learning environments. Unfortunately, she forgot to update the part where public school students were allowed to...
Just talk, reference the bill.
Sure. It was poorly written, and it doesn't allow anyone but the public school students to opt out. We need to be able to trust our representatives, and these kind of deceptive tactics to insert the state into the lives of New Hampshire families only serve to erode that trust. So if any future bills come up again like this, I ask to please not waste our time and expect that we will show up again in opposition to that bill, as we care about our children and we like to raise healthy, happy children who are well educated according to the way that we wish to educate our children, and doesn't require any standardized testing to do so.
Thank you very much. Other questions from the committee? Thank you. In the back of the room, you have a young child on your lap. Are you waiting to speak?
I already did.
Yeah, I thought so.
Steve,
Okay, Steve, yes. And then Lisa Neslinson.
Great. Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Stephen Esselin, and I live in Dover, New Hampshire. And we homeschool our kids, and I pose this bill that would require mandatory standardized tests in all learning environments, including homeschooling. We do not participate in the EFA program, but I'm going to echo a concern because I think it's important to reiterate that, the language in this bill, as it's written, it does not clearly distinguish the difference between families that receive EFA funds and families that don't. I'm also very concerned about standardized tests in general because there's a lot of concerns and valid criticism. And as a father, I share the same ones. Some of them include they don't capture all the students' skills and achievements. Standardized test scores don't predict future success. There can be a lot of pressure to perform well, which leads to teaching the test. Test questions could be biased, and standardized tests may only determine which students are good at taking tests and not, their actual knowledge of a subject. It's like a snapshot in time. If I can use an analogy, even a professional all-star athletes, they have bad days. We don't just judge an athlete's ability based on one game, because one game doesn't reflect the entire season, nor does a standardized test capture what's going on in the learning environment. And these shortfalls are even more concerning when trying to apply a standardized test to all learning environments. We're so lucky to live in New Hampshire because we have different learning options for our kids. We have public schools, private schools, charter schools, and homeschooling, which we do. And these learning environments all have their own distinct teaching methods, and they all have their own unique advantages. And this is great because parents can choose the options that's best for their kids. Now, every child is different, so it doesn't make sense to expect every child to excel and exceed in every type of learning environment. It also doesn't make sense to test their performance the same way across all learning environments. So please oppose this bill that's set forth today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other questions from the committee? Cassini, thank you very much. Lisa Nesselson? And then Wendy Clausen? Okay.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Lisa Neslusen, and I live in Dover, New Hampshire with my husband and our 2 young daughters. We are a traditional homeschool family. We are not part of the EFA program, and I'm strongly opposed to this bill. Before homeschooling our children, I was an elementary school teacher for 15 years. One of the first things I learned as a teacher was that a formative assessment, one which gives information to help improve student learning, is not an end-of-the-unit test or quiz, or, for our purposes today, a standardized test. Formative assessments give immediate and ongoing feedback about what a child has learned, and they are tools to be used as an educator to guide instruction. So I actually created portfolios for each child. Year after year, I found that these portfolios clearly showed students' progress to their parents, while standardized test scores only provide a snapshot of a student's performance on one particular day. As homeschooling families, we are already conducting formative assessments. We constantly observe and assess our children on a day-to-day basis without forced standardized assessments, and we are making adjustments to meet the individual needs of our own children. For my own family, I have no doubt that a standardized assessment would do more harm than good. I have one child who has severe test anxiety, especially when tasks are timed. If she were forced to take these timed standardized assessments while sitting in a strange classroom filled with unfamiliar children and adults, I highly doubt that we would be provided with any objective data. And while this proposal allows public school parents to exempt their children from this assessment, there is nothing which allows non-public school parents to exempt their children as well. Finally, I would like to remind the committee that homeschoolers can already choose which year-end assessment is the best fit for their family, whether it be a standardized test or an annual portfolio review. Do not remove these assessment options from families. Please vote inexpedient to legislate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Thank you.
All right, may I pass this on to somebody?
Yes, yes. Right over to Representative Belcher. Wendy Clausen and Rihanna Valley.
Hello, Wendy Clausen. I live in Ashland. I currently homeschool my son. I don't do that as a choice. I do it because he has a rare genetic disorder and public school does not work for him. Tests do not work for him. And he is just a little bit different than everyone. We knew he was different as soon as he was like 3 years old on the soccer field. But he doesn't fit into any bucket of specific diagnosis. It took us 3 years of testing to find out what was wrong with him. I don't want to say what was wrong with him because he has many gifts because of this. We have money. We moved here from New York because we knew that New York schools would fail my son. We came up here and we said New Hampshire because we like the live free or die attitude. We love the clean air and outdoors and, you know, the ruggedness that comes in the school. We love our school district. We live in Ashland. They did everything they could for my son. And when he was in first grade, it was great. But when he entered second grade, things went downhill really fast. I don't know what happened to my son, but he basically had a complete nervous breakdown. He was in and out of doctor's offices for about a year. He couldn't leave the house. He was freaking out. Well, 6 months. And then summer came and he was fine. He was fine like the whole summer, back to himself. We didn't think it was school because school was something that he actually enjoyed, but he also didn't enjoy it because he just can't sit still in a room or take tests or listen or do a lot of other things that actually make him a really big pain in the butt to be home all the time. So I just want to say it cost me $100 to be here today to speak about this because he's not in school. Every single day I have to be with my son. This costs me a lot. It costs me my heart. It costs me my time. They cost time with my other children. I love my son. I do it because it's right for him. I have the money to do it. I can spend the $100 to be here, but you know who can't? The educational freedom families who probably also have children like my son. And so a lot of people have been speaking here about homeschooling today and not receiving funds, so we shouldn't be tested. I don't think anyone should be. If you're homeschooling your kid, that's 10 weeks. For that $5,000, 10 weeks you would have a babysitting. Public school is it's much easier. It is much easier to do public school.
Your time is up.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much for coming. And you have a wonderful Dunkin' Donuts up in Ashland where they welcome
We
you.
have the best Dunkin' Donuts.
You have the best, that's
we
right.
We really do. I go to another Dunkin' Donuts. I'm like,
They
what
don't
is going
compare to
on
yours.
here? No,
I agree.
Great.
Okay. Rihanna Valley. Okay, Richard Kahn.
I wasn't sure I was going to be able to make it because I'm about at the 3-hour limit of my meter. Richard Kahn, Hudson, New Hampshire. I have a bachelor's degree in computer systems engineering. I have a master's degree in education. I've substitute taught K through 12. I've tutored privately, math mostly, science, SAT, GED. I am a father, a grandfather. I run a landscaping business, have been for the last 23 years. I've run for office at the federal, state, and local level. And largely because of where my family comes from, other countries, I don't trust the government to do pretty much anything. I only put down for 1 minute of speaking time, but I have all kinds of anecdotal evidence if there's any room for it. So I oppose this bill, and I'll take any questions.
Are there any questions from the committee? None. Thank you very much. Emily Elliott? Is Rihanna Valley here? Emily Elliott? Daniel Wendell?
Good afternoon. My name is Dan Wendell. I'm from Ware, New Hampshire. This is my son, August. August is one of 4 homeschooled children. We are independent, unfunded, but frankly, based on the testimony today, as well as, sort of being in the homeschool experience and adventure, the imposition of standardized testing or regulatory framework on top of homeschooling in general is something we vehemently oppose, whether those tests are assessed onto independent homeschoolers who do not receive funds, or folks who are taxpayers themselves who are essentially using their own money to educate their children as they see fit in the EFA program. I would not distinguish the imposition of testing on anyone to be something that would produce better outcomes, something that would properly assess students' ability to sort of learn or make progress throughout their lives. As has been echoed, we are transplants. We come from Massachusetts. We specifically sought out New Hampshire because of its its friendliness towards liberty, its instincts towards the sovereignty of individuals to have sovereignty over their own lives, and particularly the lives of their children. What standardization and what regulation does is diminishes the free spirit and ability to pursue your own destiny. What assessments do is fundamentally change the relationship between the state and the individual, and fundamentally change the relationship between parents and children. Obviously, an imposition of standardized testing creates a curriculum in and of itself. I have August is a hunter, a fisherman. He's our sort of junior ornithologist. He can name more birds than you think exist, and that's a direct result of his mother teaching him in the manner that we deem appropriate. There is no standardized test that would capture that ability. There is no regulation that would produce a better outcome for him or his siblings. I would urge the committee to listen to the testimony that's been brought. I don't believe there is any opposition that exists among the public to striking down this bill in committee. And again,
Your time is up.
Great, thank you so much.
August looks just like his dad.
Oh, thank you. I hope that's a compliment.
Jennifer York, Emily Elliott here. Michelle Dalton.
Right here.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dalton. I'm from Pelham. I've been teaching homeschool, I guess unfunded, for 6 years now. I teach in a fail to learn kind of way. I don't really believe in testing. I like to teach conversationally. My son was in school till 3rd grade and ended up leaving there after that kind of testing environment, calling himself stupid, and took years before he built the confidence to love learning again. So now I've taught over 100 different types of topics of learning. We do dexterity-based learning, and a lot of kids will come in with the mindset that they have to pass or fail, that if they don't leave with something in their hands that they failed. And I like to teach them that it's inside of you, that we build the skill, and that's enough. But you can even see in their eyes that they're terrified to do the thing wrong. And so I spend my time unmaking that mindset, which is actually kind of difficult, but they're young. So in everything I do, that's the goal. So I don't believe in testing. I don't think that that's the way you gain things. And I don't really think that that's how we get to know what kids know. And I don't think that's how we build a love for learning. It's really important that we remove that teaching to a test is the way that we should do things, because that's not really how we operate in life. That's not how we've operated any other time in life except for right now. Testing to know what kids know, and since we've ever been people. I think it's ridiculous. The public school's failing, so that's a good way to assess that, to be honest, and to do it to kids overall, when many kids just don't operate in that kind of way. To do it to them all, it seems ridiculous to me. So
Thank you for sharing your insights and your understanding.
yeah, thanks.
Any comments from the committee? Thank you.
No, thank you.
Jennifer York, Emily Elliott, Michelle Raintree, Kale Shee, Joyce Allen. Might be getting some people outside in the hallway.
Kate Shea, maybe?
Yeah, Kate.
Oh, Kate Shea?
It looks like kale. Yeah.
Yeah. No, you didn't cross your T. Okay, yes, come on up, Kate.
Good afternoon. Thank you, committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kate Shea from Goffstown. Y'all have heard me a number of times. I'll try to keep it really short because people have covered most of the points. You all know from prior discussions we've had, I have 4 kids, 3 have special needs. My mother was a public school teacher for her whole career, and in the end, she ended up leaving her career in her retirement because she just could not read out of a manual. She did not want to be teaching to tests. And I didn't believe that this was really happening in New York State until my nieces started to encounter it as well and would be crying, super smart girls, be crying over these tests. And so I kind of could see what was coming to New Hampshire, but inevitably it did come. And after many years of me trying to fit my kids into the system, I gave up. And actually, it was one of the best things I ever did. Some people might look at it as giving up. I love what she said about failing to learn. That's what I do for my job in the day. So I work with software engineers. We fail to learn, which sounds counterproductive to what we're trying to do. But in essence, you know, it goes against the grain. And so it takes a lot of my coaching. It takes a lot of a teacher kind of attitude to get them to try it. And when we do, that's when we have breakthroughs. So I asked myself, what's happened to state assessments since I went to school? And I was one of those circling whatever little bubble there was and having a good old time, not caring about exactly what it was doing to my test scores. But essentially, as we know, they're here to inform future instruction, to evaluate mastery. So I'd like to ask you today, are these things really providing a litmus test to mastery, or are they not? So we've talked about, you know, there's already a portfolio review or an option to do a standardized test for the EFA students. I'm going to speak about EFA because a couple of my kids actually leveraged that. And we were finally able to pass the income level and be eligible. A lot of students opt out to these tests. So I have 3 neurodiverse kids. They would be making designs out of the bubbles on the paper. I can tell you that much, you know, and they're off the charts intelligence, you know. A lot of kids opt out. And I'm going to leave you with some statistics from Goffstown. Actually, there's 21%, it says, with a disability in the student body of about 2,000 students. And 60% of them took the alternative standardized test, but only 60%. So where's the other 40 is what I would ask.
Your time is.
Am I out? Okay. Let me wrap it up by just asking you to look at these stats when you get a chance, just from one district, and ask yourself if this is actually providing value. Is this worth $2.5 million, or do we already have a way to prove learning? We're showing 50% proficiency in Goffstown, and year over year, we're actually declining. So I would ask, is this the best use of our money and our time and putting these students through this? I ask you humbly to reject and oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Cordelli, do you want to answer a question?
Yeah.
Thank you for taking my question.
Yeah.
We've had several homeschool parents talk about having children with special needs.
Yeah.
And you've said you had 3. And we've heard very often that really for parents with children with special needs, the only place that there can be advancement and learning for those children is in a public school where they can get the services. How are your children making out outside of the public school?
They don't need services anymore. They don't need those services. They were not adding value. In fact, one of the services actually told my son that telling a white lie is actually okay in speech therapy. So those services, as we got looking at them, were not really services. They were actually disservices to us. And you're able to provide these things. You can get them through your insurance. If you really need to go after, we did actually at one point use occupational therapy, but we did it through our insurance. We were able to get hippotherapy for, I actually had a child very much like this lady in the back who fell apart. And he also acquired a brain illness at the same time. I almost lost him. But I was able to do that through my insurance. There's no other reason. Once we changed the setting, they didn't have the other problems. There was never a problem of intelligence. It was a problem of the environment. So we don't need services. We're actually providing, you know, we're going to create independent adults who are already preparing at 14 for college, and they're not going to be on the state's dole. So I would say, you know, not only is the 2.5 unnecessary, but we're saving money by allowing these students to meet the eligibility requirements and have a chance. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions, Representative Tanner?
Thank you. Do you have a school, or it sounds like, or are you talking about your own children?
Oh, I'm talking about my own children. Thank you. It's not a bad idea, though. Thank you.
Any further questions from the committee? Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Is Chandler Gable here?
Yes, sir.
Lisa Cody here. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Chandler Gable. I'm a homeschooling dad from Manchester. We're traditional unfunded homeschoolers, and I urge you to reject this bill. At its core, homeschooling is about diversity. I believe that this bill puts that diversity severely at risk. I have two boys. They're 11 and 8. Currently, they're thriving using a classical curriculum that teaches them math, science, history, Latin, writing, and more. My oldest loves putting together engineering projects. He's learning to build his own bookcase. He writes a great essay, and both he and my youngest are very interested in owning their own business. So I've got them putting together business plans. What I want to emphasize is that we wouldn't have time to do all this with them if we were also forced to teach to a test. If there's a standardized test that they have to take at the end of the year that's going to determine whether we can continue homeschooling them, we won't have time to do these wonderful things that are so meaningful and so beneficial to them. I also want to point out that my program looks nothing like the homeschooling program of some of my friends, and that's okay. It's just one beam of light in this broad and diverse rainbow that is, wide enough to encompass the unique needs of every child. I respectfully ask that you do not stifle that rainbow under the sepia-toned sameness of standardized testing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? I'm not saying thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to go through the cards that I have here in front of me. Hannah Edgar? No. Joyce Allen? No. Michelle Rantry? Jenny Ramsey? Jennifer York? Emily Elliott, Rihanna Valley, Lisa Cody, and Jody A. We've had problems with Consoles. And is that Kaylin left? I don't have any other pink cards up here. Is there somebody?
You want me to go see if there are people in the other room?
It's announced. No, no, it's announced. They should know that. Anybody else that wants to testify in the room right now? Then I'm going to close this hearing for 16:10 and thank everybody that remains for listening to all this. And I appreciate your coming.